Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. Rain whispered against the brownstone windows, each droplet a tiny messenger tapping out a secret code as it slid down the glass. The scent of wet concrete rose from the streets of New York, mingling with the woody aroma of pipe tobacco that clung to Archie Goodwin's coat. He paused at the corner of 35th Street, feeling the peculiar weight of being watched, though the pedestrians hurrying past seemed oblivious to his presence. Something wasn't quite right about the man standing beneath the awning across the street. His hat pulled too low, his posture too deliberate for someone simply avoiding the rain. It was 1938, and Manhattan wore the evening like a damp cloak. Street lamps created halos in the mist, their light catching on chrome bumpers and wet umbrellas. This was New York in autumn, a city perpetually in motion yet somehow suspended in time, where the architecture of bygone eras stood shoulder to shoulder with modern ambition. The brownstone buildings, with their stoic facades and ornate cornices, watched over the streets like patient sentinels, witnesses to the endless human drama below. Archie turned his collar up against the persistent drizzle, though it did little good. His suit, which had begun the day with the crisp lines that Nero Wolfe insisted upon for all who occupied his household, now hung on him with the resigned demeanour of a soldier who had fought the elements and surrendered with dignity. The rain in New York was never just rain. It was an event, a character in itself, transforming the city into a different place altogether. The air carried the scent of roasting chestnuts from a vendor's cart, steam rising like spectral fingers into the evening air. Beneath that, the omnipresent bouquet of automobile exhaust, wet newspaper, and the indefinable perfume of thousands of lives being lived in close proximity, the olfactory signature of Manhattan that no other city could quite replicate. Archie breathed it in, finding comfort in its familiarity. Good evening for ducks, he muttered to himself, a habit he'd picked up from years of internal dialogue that sometimes spilled over into spoken word. Being Nero Wolfe's right hand meant many hours spent in observation, waiting, and the kind of thinking aloud that would have earned him sideways glances had anyone been paying attention. The man across the street moved then, stepping out from beneath the shelter of the awning with purpose. He was of medium height and build, unremarkable in nearly every aspect save for the careful way he navigated the crowded sidewalk, like someone accustomed to not being noticed. His overcoat was standard issue for the businessmen of New York, neither expensive nor cheap, the kind designed to blend rather than stand out. Yet there was something in his gait, a slight hesitation before each step, that spoke of deliberation rather than casual evening travel. Archie had developed an eye for such details working for Wolfe. The great detective might rarely leave his West 35th Street brownstone, but Archie was his eyes and ears in the city, and he'd learned to notice what others missed. This man was not simply going about his business, he was performing the act of going about his business, and to Archie's experienced gaze the difference was as clear as a shout in a quiet room. The traffic light changed, and the flow of pedestrians shifted like a school of fish, responding to an unseen current. Archie remained where he was, watching as the man crossed the street, moving on a trajectory that would bring him within arm's reach. This was no coincidence. It was an approach disguised as happenstance. A taxi splashed through a puddle nearby, sending a spray of water across the sidewalk. Several pedestrians jumped back with muttered curses, creating a momentary chaos of opening umbrellas and shuffling feet. In that instant of distraction, the man drew alongside Archie, never quite meeting his eyes. "Mr. Goodwin," he said, his voice just audible above the ambient noise of the street. Not a question, but a confirmation. Before Archie could respond, he felt something slip into his coat pocket. Light. No heavier than a letter. inserted with the deft touch of someone practiced in the art of passing items unobserved. "He'll know what to do with it," the man continued, still looking straight ahead as if speaking to the rain itself. "Tell him midnight is too late." And then he was moving past, his pace neither hurried nor slow, merging with the flow of pedestrians like a drop of water rejoining a stream. Archie considered following, but thought better of it. Whatever had been placed in his pocket was clearly the point of this encounter, and Nero Wolfe would be most displeased if his dinner was delayed by what might prove to be nothing more than an elaborate invitation to some social function that would inevitably be declined. Archie's hand moved to his pocket, feeling the outline of what was indeed an envelope. The paper damp from the rain, or perhaps from the hand that had delivered it. He did not remove it, not here in the open where the rain and curious eyes might compromise whatever it contained. Instead, he turned toward home, curiosity quickening his steps despite the fatigue that had been settling into his bones just moments before. The brownstone on West 35th Street stood among its neighbours with an air of dignified reticence. It was not the grandest residence on the block, nor did it call attention to itself with architectural flourishes or fresh paint. Its distinction lay in its occupant, Nero Wolfe, a man whose reputation in certain circles inspired either deep respect or profound unease, depending on which side of justice one happened to stand. As Archie approached, the rain seemed to ease slightly, as if the weather itself acknowledged the transition from public thoroughfare to private domain. The stone steps leading to the front door glistened with moisture, each one a small reflecting pool capturing fragments of streetlight and passing headlamps. He took them two at a time, a habit born of energy rather than hurry, and let himself in with the key that was one of his most valued possessions. The contrast between the damp, chilled evening and the interior of the brownstone was immediate and enveloping. Warmth wrapped around him like a physical presence, carrying with it the complex bouquet of the household, leather-bound books, the lingering ghost of breakfast coffee, the subtle presence of orchids from the plant rooms on the top floor, and beneath it all the indefinable scent of comfort that comes with familiar surroundings. "Fritz," Archie called, shrugging out of his damp coat and hanging it with care on the rack in the hallway. "I'm back, and I've brought the evening paper, only slightly damper than when it left the press." Fritz Brenner, Wolfe's Swiss chef and the household's major domo, appeared in the doorway to the kitchen, a dish towel draped over one arm and concern etched on his expressive face. "Archie, you are wet through," he observed, his accent giving the words a musical quality that somehow enhanced, rather than diminished their seriousness. "Mr. Wolfe has been inquiring after you. Dinner will be served in 20 minutes. A cassoulet that requires precisely that amount of time to achieve perfection. No more, no less." Archie smiled, feeling the last of the outside chill recede in the face of such domestic certainty. In a world where men slipped mysterious envelopes into strangers' pockets and spoke in cryptic phrases, there was profound comfort in the knowledge that Fritz's cassoulet would be nothing short of extraordinary, served exactly when culinary science deemed it should be. "I'll change and be down at 10, Archie promised, already heading for the stairs. "Is he in the office or with the plants?" "The office," Fritz replied. "He returned from the plant rooms earlier than usual. The weather, he says, affects the orchid's humour." This was pure Wolfe, attributing moods to his orchids as if they were temperamental artists rather than plants. Archie had long since ceased to find such anthropomorphism strange. When one spent enough time with Nero Wolfe, one's definition of eccentricity expanded considerably. Upstairs in his room, Archie changed quickly, hanging his damp suit carefully so that it might dry without losing its shape. Only when he was dressed in fresh, dry clothes did he remove the envelope from his sodden coat pocket. It was, as he had suspected, a standard business envelope, though of good quality. The rain had indeed dampened it, causing the ink of the single word written on its face to bleed slightly at the edges. "Wolfe," it read, nothing more. The envelope was sealed, but not firmly. Whether by design or as a result of the dampness, Archie couldn't tell. His curiosity urged him to open it, but professional ethics prevailed. Whatever this was, it had been intended for Wolfe, and opening it without permission would constitute a breach of the trust that formed the foundation of their working relationship. He slipped the envelope into the pocket of his fresh trousers and made his way back downstairs. The office door stood slightly ajar, warm light spilling out into the hallway. Archie paused outside, listening to the familiar sounds within, the rustle of newspaper pages being turned, the occasional soft clink of a beer bottle being returned to its coaster, the almost imperceptible creak of the custom-built chair that accommodated Wolfe's substantial frame. Archie knocked once on the door frame, a courtesy rather than a request for entry, and stepped into the office. The room was a study in controlled chaos. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with volumes on subjects ranging from orchid cultivation to ancient philosophy, from criminal psychology to cookbooks from around the world. The massive desk dominated one end of the room, its surface organised according to a system that only Wolfe fully understood. The red leather chair behind it was empty at present, its occupant having migrated to the yellow armchair near the fireplace, where a modest blaze crackled, pushing back against the damp chill that seemed determined to infiltrate even this sanctuary. Nero Wolfe looked up from his newspaper, his expression betraying neither surprise nor relief at Archie's appearance. He was a mountain of a man, with the kind of presence that seemed to fill whatever space he occupied regardless of its actual dimensions. His yellow silk pyjamas, worn beneath a maroon smoking jacket, added a splash of colour to the room's otherwise subdued palette. "You're late," he observed, his deep voice rumbling like distant thunder. It wasn't an accusation, but a simple statement of fact, delivered with the impartiality of a meteorologist reporting on the weather. "The city conspired against me," Archie replied, crossing to the desk and dropping into his own chair. "First with rain, then with mystery. Which would you like to hear about first?" Wolfe folded his newspaper with deliberate movements, each crease aligned with geometric precision. "Mystery before dinner is like liqueur before wine, a perversion of the natural order. However, as you have introduced the subject, you may proceed with brevity." Archie reached into his pocket and withdrew the envelope. "A man who knew my name but didn't introduce himself handed me this for you. Said, and I quote, 'He'll know what to do with it, and tell him midnight is too late.' Then he disappeared into the crowd like a magician's assistant." He placed the envelope on the desk between them. Wolfe eyed it with the mild distaste he reserved for unexpected intrusions into his carefully regulated existence. "Did you open it?" he asked, making no move to reach for the envelope. "No, sir. It's addressed to you, not Wolfe and Goodwin, private inquiries." Wolfe nodded, acknowledging both the fact and the principle behind Archie's restraint. He extended a hand toward the desk, fingers splayed in a familiar gesture. "The letter opener, if you please." Archie retrieved the silver tool from its place in the desk drawer and handed it over. Wolfe took it with the same care he might afford a rare orchid specimen, then used it to slit the envelope open with surgical precision. From within, he extracted not a letter but what appeared to be torn fragments of paper, perhaps a dozen pieces, irregular in shape, each bearing partial words or phrases in what looked like handwritten ink. "Well," Archie said after a moment of silence, "that's anticlimactic. I was hoping for a treasure map at the very least." Wolfe spread the fragments on the desk's surface, arranging them with the tip of the letter opener into a rough approximation of their original configuration. The pieces didn't fit together neatly. There were clearly missing sections, gaps in whatever message they once formed. "Interesting," Wolfe murmured, almost to himself. "Most interesting." Before Archie could inquire further, the sound of Fritz clearing his throat discreetly from the doorway interrupted the moment. "Dinner is served, sir," he announced with the gravity of a royal herald. Wolfe's expression shifted subtly, the puzzle before him temporarily eclipsed by the more immediate prospect of Fritz's cassoulet. "We will return to this," he said, using the letter opener to gather the fragments carefully and return them to the envelope. "After dinner, and the midnight deadline," Archie prompted, knowing full well that culinary pleasures took precedence over almost all other considerations in Wolfe's hierarchy of priorities. "Midnight," Wolfe replied, as he levered himself out of his chair with surprising grace for a man of his size. "Is hours away. Fritz's cassoulet, however, waits for no man." As they made their way to the dining room, Archie cast a glance back at the desk where the envelope lay, innocuous yet somehow ominous in its plainness. Whatever message those torn fragments contained, whatever urgency had prompted a stranger to seek him out on a rainy New York evening, it would have to wait until Nero Wolfe had properly appreciated the culinary achievement awaiting them. The dining room, like every room in the brownstone, reflected Wolfe's exacting standards. The table was set with precise attention to detail. The linen, the silver, the crystal, all arranged according to principles that Wolfe had established and Fritz maintained with religious devotion. The lighting was neither too bright nor too dim, casting a warm glow that flattered both the food and those consuming it. Archie took his seat across from Wolfe, watching as Fritz served the cassoulet with the reverence of a priest handling sacred relics. Steam rose from the earthenware pot, carrying with it aromas that made Archie's stomach remind him rather forcefully that mystery was all well and good, but sustenance had its own undeniable priority. "Fritz," Wolfe said after his first careful taste, "you have outdone yourself. The balance of flavours is nothing short of symphonic." Fritz beamed with pleasure at the compliment, bowed slightly, and withdrew to the kitchen, leaving them to enjoy the meal in the appreciative silence that Wolfe insisted upon during the first few minutes of any significant culinary experience. Outside, the rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows, a soothing counterpoint to the warmth and comfort within. For now, the torn fragments and their cryptic message receded in importance, though Archie knew they would return to prominence once dinner was concluded. Whatever midnight deadline loomed, whatever puzzle awaited solution, it would be approached with the same methodical thoroughness that characterized everything Nero Wolfe undertook. The cassoulet was indeed extraordinary. Beans cooked to perfect tenderness, chunks of sausage and duck confit lending depth and richness, all bound together in a sauce that managed to be both robust and delicate. Archie ate with appreciation, though his mind occasionally wandered back to the stranger on the rainy street and the curious cargo now resting in Wolfe's office. Only when the main course had been consumed and properly praised, the dessert, a delicate pear tart with creme fraiche, similarly honoured, and coffee served in the precisely correct cups at exactly the right temperature, did Wolfe signal his readiness to return to the matter at hand. "Now," he said, dabbing his lips with his napkin in a gesture that marked the formal conclusion of the meal, "we shall see what puzzle has been delivered to our doorstep, or rather, to your pocket." Back in the office, Wolfe reclaimed his chair behind the desk while Archie took up his customary position. The envelope lay where they had left it, seemingly innocent yet charged with potential, like a chrysalis waiting to reveal its contents. Wolfe opened the envelope once more and carefully emptied the torn fragments onto the desk's surface. In the warm light of the office, with the rain providing a gentle soundtrack beyond the windows, he began the meticulous process of arrangement and analysis that Archie had witnessed countless times before. "Observe," Wolfe said, indicating the pieces with a sweep of his hand. "These are not randomly torn. The edges show deliberation. Each tear was made with purpose, creating a puzzle that must be reconstructed in precisely the correct configuration to reveal its message." Archie leaned forward, studying the fragments with fresh eyes. Wolfe was right. The tears weren't the jagged, irregular edges of paper hastily ripped apart. Each piece had been torn with care, almost as if following pre-marked lines. A puzzle designed to ensure only the intended recipient could reassemble it correctly, Archie suggested. "Precisely," Wolfe agreed, already beginning to sort the pieces by the colour and intensity of the ink, the style of handwriting and other subtle cues that might escape a less observant eye. And a rather elegant security measure, I might add. Unlike a cipher, which might attract attention by its very nature, this appears to be nothing more than damaged correspondence if intercepted. As Wolfe worked, the fire in the grate settled into a steady glow, casting dancing shadows across the room. The rain outside seemed to intensify slightly, drumming against the windows with increased urgency, as if attempting to remind them of the mysterious messenger's warning. Midnight is too late. Wolfe's fingers moved with surprising dexterity for their size, shifting the fragments, rotating them, occasionally holding one up to the light to better examine some detail of the handwriting or paper. Archie watched, offering assistance when requested, but otherwise content to observe the master at work. "Interesting," Wolfe murmured again. this time with a note of satisfaction, as several pieces came together to form what appeared to be a partial address. Most interesting indeed. The clock on the wall ticked steadily onward, marking the passage of time with mechanical precision as the puzzle on the desk gradually took shape under Wolfe's patient hands. Outside, New York continued its rain-soaked evening rhythms, unaware of the small drama unfolding within the brownstone walls, a drama written in torn paper, delivered by a stranger, and now being decoded by a man who rarely left his home, yet solved mysteries that baffled others. The fire crackled softly, a log shifting to release a shower of sparks that rose briefly before fading away. In that moment, Archie had a sudden vivid sense of being suspended in time. The rain, the warmth, the puzzle, all elements of a scene that seemed somehow both immediate and timeless, like a painting capturing a single, perfect instant of contemplation and mystery. Wolfe aligned another fragment, his expression betraying a flicker of recognition, as a pattern began to emerge from the scattered pieces. Whatever message the torn paper contained, it was slowly revealing itself to his methodical approach, like a shy creature gradually coaxed into the open. "Archie," he said at last, his voice breaking the comfortable silence that had settled over the room. "I believe we may need to consult the atlas in the third bookcase, the one containing detailed maps of the eastern seaboard." As Archie rose to retrieve the requested volume, he glanced at the clock. It was just past 9, still hours before the cryptic midnight deadline. Whatever race they were engaged in, they appeared to have time on their side. Yet as he crossed to the bookcase, he couldn't shake the feeling that the fragments on the desk represented something more urgent than their leisurely reconstruction might suggest. The atlas was exactly where Wolfe had indicated, its substantial weight familiar in Archie's hands as he carried it back to the desk. Wolfe accepted it with a nod of thanks, opening it to a section showing the coastline of New Jersey with particular attention to the inlets and harbours that punctuated the shore. "Look here," he said, indicating a specific location with the tip of his finger. "And now observe this fragment." Archie leaned in, noting the partial place name visible on one of the paper pieces and its correspondence to the map. Location Wolfe had identified. "A rendezvous point," he suggested. "Perhaps," Wolfe replied, returning his attention to the fragments. "Or perhaps merely a reference point for something else entirely. We shall see." The puzzle continued to take shape under Wolfe's patient hands, each piece finding its place in the greater whole with a precision that seemed almost magnetic. Archie watched, offering observations when appropriate but mostly absorbing the process, storing away details that might prove relevant later. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed the half-hour, its resonant tone flowing through the brownstone like honey, sweet and measured. Wolfe paused in his examination of the fragments, lifting his gaze to meet Archie's with an expression that somehow combined satisfaction and mild annoyance. Satisfaction at the progress made, annoyance at the intrusion of time's passage into his concentration. "We have established the basics," he said, gesturing to the partial reconstruction laid out before them. "A meeting location along the Jersey shore, a time that appears to be tomorrow evening, and references to what might be a shipment of some kind. But the central message, the purpose behind this clandestine communication remains elusive." Archie leaned back in his chair, stretching arms that had grown stiff from maintaining the same position for too long. The rain outside had settled into a steady rhythm, no longer the aggressive downpour of earlier, but a persistent presence nonetheless, like a shy guest who couldn't quite bring themselves to leave. "Should I make some inquiries?" he asked, already mentally sorting through contacts who might have information about unusual activities along the New Jersey coastline. Saul could be at that location by morning, see what's what. Wolfe's expression shifted subtly, the equivalent in another man of a vigorous headshake. "Not yet." "We have been presented with a puzzle, Archie, not merely in the physical form of these fragments, but in the manner of its delivery. Why tear a message into pieces when a code would serve? Why deliver it in such a theatrical fashion? Why to us specifically?" These were good questions, the kind that Wolfe specialised in asking and eventually answering. Archie watched as his employer returned his attention to the fragments, his large fingers surprisingly delicate as they adjusted the position of a particularly small piece bearing what appeared to be part of a signature. "Besides," Wolfe continued, "I have no intention of sending Saul or anyone else on a wild goose chase to New Jersey based on partial information. The complete message first, then decisions." The fire had begun to burn low, the flames giving way to glowing embers that cast a ruddier light across the room. Archie rose to add another log, selecting a piece of well-seasoned oak from the basket beside the hearth. The wood settled onto the coals with a soft hiss, a few sparks rising like curious fireflies before extinguishing themselves against the chimney. "The hour grows late," Wolfe observed, though his tone suggested this was merely a data point rather than a cause for concern. And while our mysterious messenger warned that midnight would be too late, he failed to specify what. "Too late for the meeting," Archie suggested, resuming his seat. "Too late to stop whatever's planned. Too late to order a decent pastrami on rye from the deli around the corner." The last suggestion earned him the barest hint of a smile from Wolfe, a flash of appreciation for levity that disappeared almost as quickly as it had appeared. "Speculation without sufficient data is merely guesswork dressed in fancy clothes," Wolfe replied, returning to the fragments. "We will know when we know." Outside, a car passed by, its tyres creating that distinctive wet sound against the pavement, a liquid whisper of rubber on rain-slicked asphalt. The headlights momentarily painted elongated rectangles of light across the ceiling, sliding geometric ghosts that vanished as the vehicle continued on its way. The brownstone settled deeper into the night, creaking occasionally as old buildings do, adjusting to the cooling temperatures and increased humidity. These sounds were so familiar to both men that they registered only as background texture, like the persistent rain or the ticking of the clock, elements of their environment rather than interruptions to it. Wolfe aligned another fragment, this one bearing what appeared to be a series of numbers. He murmured, a sound that Archie had learned could indicate either breakthrough or impediment. "Something," Archie prompted. "Perhaps," Wolfe replied, reaching for his beer glass only to find it empty. He frowned at this discovery with the same intensity he might direct at a particularly stubborn clue. "Ring for Fritz, if you would. Another beer would not be amiss." Archie complied, pressing the buzzer beneath the desk that would summon Fritz from whatever domestic activity currently occupied him. The Swiss major domo appeared moments later, collected the empty glass with a slight bow, and departed to fetch a fresh bottle of the custom-brewed beer that constituted one of Wolfe's few indulgences. In his absence, Wolfe continued his methodical reconstruction, occasionally referring to the atlas still open on one corner of the desk. The partial message was taking shape, though significant gaps remained, like a constellation with half its stars obscured by clouds, suggesting a pattern but not yet revealing it fully. Fritz returned with the beer, presenting it with the same ceremony he might afford a rare vintage wine. Wolfe accepted it with a nod of thanks, took a careful sip, and returned the glass to its coaster with precision. "Now," he said, "let us consider what we have. A meeting place, a time, a reference to a shipment or delivery, and these numbers which might be coordinates, quantities, or monetary values. The signature remains incomplete, but the initial M is clear enough." "Not much to go on," Archie observed, "especially with the deadline approaching, if midnight means anything at all." Wolfe's expression suggested that he found the constraint of time to be a personal affront. "The mind functions best when not harried by arbitrary limitations," he declared, a philosophy he applied to most aspects of life. "Nevertheless, we work with what we have." He reached for another fragment, this one bearing what appeared to be a partial watermark. Holding it up to the light from the desk lamp, he examined it with narrowed eyes, then compared it to several other pieces. "Interesting," he murmured, a phrase that Archie had learned could encompass anything from mild curiosity to major breakthrough. "This paper is not common stock. The watermark suggests European manufacture, specifically Belgian or perhaps Northern French. High cotton content, possibly handmade." "Which tells us what?" Archie asked, though he could already see where Wolfe's reasoning was leading. It suggests our correspondent is either European or has access to European luxury goods. In these times, with the situation in Europe being what it is, that narrows possibilities considerably. The situation in Europe was Wolfe's characteristically understated way of referring to the increasing tensions across the Atlantic. In 1938, with Nazi Germany's annexation of Austria and the growing fears of further aggression, international communications, especially those involving coded messages and clandestine meetings, took on potential significance beyond ordinary criminal activity. So we might be looking at something more than a simple smuggling operation, Archie suggested, leaning forward to study the fragments with renewed interest. Indeed, Wolfe agreed, aligning another piece that revealed part of what appeared to be a warning or caution. The quality of the paper, the careful handwriting, the method of delivery all suggest an operation of some sophistication. The fire crackled as the new log caught properly, sending a wash of warmer light across the room. Outside, the rain continued its steady percussion, a liquid metronome counting out the seconds and minutes as they worked. Fritz appeared at the doorway again, this time without being summoned. "Sir," he said, addressing Wolfe with his customary deference, "there is a telephone call for Mr. Goodwin." The caller would not give a name, but insists it is a matter of urgency. Archie glanced at Wolfe, who nodded his permission with the slight tilt of his head that constituted his most economical gesture. "I'll take it in the hallway," Archie said, rising from his chair. "Keep an eye on those fragments. They look like they might make a break for it." The telephone in the hallway sat on a small table beneath a modest mirror, an arrangement that Archie had always found slightly disconcerting, as if he were meant to monitor his own expressions during conversations. He lifted the receiver, his reflection doing the same in the glass before him. "Goodwin speaking," he said, keeping his tone neutral. There was a pause on the line, filled with the soft static that sometimes accompanied long-distance calls. Then a voice spoke, male, middle-aged by the sound of it, with an accent Archie couldn't immediately place. Not quite British, not quite American, with undertones of something else entirely. "You received the package," the voice said. Not a question, but a statement. "I received an envelope," Archie clarified, watching his own expression in the mirror as he spoke, "with torn paper inside. Not exactly a package." Another pause, longer this time. "He is working on it." Again, the strange, unplaceable accent, the words carefully chosen. If by he you mean Nero Wolfe, and by it you mean the puzzle you've sent us, then yes. Though I should point out that puzzles generally come with instructions, or at least some indication of what they're supposed to become when solved. The voice ignored this observation. "Tell him the harbour light will be red, not green. He will understand when the time comes. Red, not green," Archie repeated, mentally filing the information away. "And when exactly is this time that's coming? Your messenger mentioned midnight being too late, which isn't terribly helpful without context." But the line had already gone dead, the caller disconnecting without further explanation. Archie replaced the receiver slowly, considering the brief conversation and the new piece of information it had provided, cryptic as it was. When he returned to the office, Wolfe was holding one of the larger fragments up to the light, examining it with the intensity he usually reserved for particularly promising orchid specimens. "Our mystery correspondent has made telephone contact," Archie announced, resuming his seat. "Brief, enigmatic, and about as helpful as a glass of water to a drowning man. Said to tell you the harbour light will be red, not green, and that you'd understand when the time comes, whatever that means." Wolfe lowered the fragment, his expression thoughtful. "Red, not green," he repeated softly. "Harbour lights, navigation signals." He turned his attention back to the partially assembled message on the desk. "This adds weight to our theory of a maritime connection. Harbour lights are traditionally green on the right side of a channel, red on the left, when viewed from the sea approaching land. So if a harbour light is red when it should be green," Archie began, "it would signal danger, or perhaps a deliberate misdirection," Wolfe concluded. "But without the complete context, we cannot determine the specific implication." He returned to the fragments with renewed focus, the additional information serving as a catalyst rather than a distraction. Archie watched as his employer's methodical approach continued to bear fruit, the torn pieces gradually revealing more of their secrets as they found their proper places in relation to one another. The rain outside had begun to ease, the heavy downpour giving way to a gentler patter against the windows. The change in rhythm seemed to mark a transition in the night itself, as if the storm, having made its point, was now content to recede into the background. Wolfe aligned another fragment, this one bearing what appeared to be a partial drawing or diagram. "Ah," he said, with the quiet satisfaction of a man seeing a pattern emerge. "Now we begin to see." Archie leaned forward, studying the emerging image. What had initially appeared to be random marks on some of the fragments was resolving into what looked like a simplified map or floor plan, with specific locations marked by small crosses or dots. "A layout of the meeting location," he suggested. "Perhaps," Wolfe replied, "or a diagram indicating the placement of something to be delivered or collected. These markings here," he indicated several small crosses near what appeared to be a shoreline, "suggest specific positions, possibly for people or objects." The fire had settled into a steady glow, the flames lower but more consistent, casting the room in a warm amber light that seemed to complement the increasingly coherent pattern forming on the desk. Fritz had discreetly refreshed Wolfe's beer and departed, leaving the two men to their work in companionable silence, broken only by the occasional observation or question. Outside, the city continued its nighttime existence. Distant car horns, the occasional siren, the omnipresent background hum that was the voice of New York itself, never truly silent even in the deepest hours of the night. These sounds filtered through the brownstone walls as if from another world, a reminder of the city beyond their immediate concerns. Wolfe reached for another fragment, this one bearing what appeared to be part of a name. "Interesting," he murmured, fitting it into place alongside others to reveal more of the signature at the bottom of the message. "Most interesting indeed." The clock ticked steadily onward, marking the passage of time with mechanical precision as the puzzle on the desk gradually revealed more of itself under Wolfe's patient hands. The partial name was taking shape. Mon, followed by what might be the beginning of a T or an L. "Montgomery," Archie suggested. "Montague?" "Montoya." "Patience," Wolfe replied, the word carrying no rebuke but rather an invitation to allow the evidence to speak for itself in due course. Another fragment fell into place, then another, the message becoming more coherent with each addition. What had begun as a seemingly random collection of torn paper was transforming into a document of some kind. Not a simple letter, but something more structured, with what appeared to be a heading, body text, the diagram they had noticed earlier, and the partially revealed signature. "It appears to be some form of instructional document," Wolfe observed, indicating the emerging format. "Note the numbered sections, the precise language, the diagram with its marked positions. This is not casual correspondence, but rather a set of directions or orders." The fire popped suddenly as a pocket of sap in the wood expanded and burst, sending a small shower of sparks up the chimney. The sound punctuated Wolfe's observation like auditory punctuation, a fiery exclamation point emphasizing the significance of what they were uncovering. Archie found himself leaning forward, elbows on knees, watching the document take shape with growing fascination. Whatever their mysterious correspondent was involved in, it clearly involved careful planning and precise execution, hallmarks of either a sophisticated criminal operation or perhaps something with official backing. Wolfe fitted another piece into place, revealing more of the heading at the top of the document. Letters emerged. OPER, followed by what might be an A or an R, operation, Archie said softly. "This is looking less like a smuggling run and more like something with a code name." "Indeed," Wolfe agreed, his tone neutral but his expression suggesting that this development confirmed suspicions he had already been harbouring. "The question becomes, what kind of operation requires such elaborate security measures, and why bring it to our attention?" It was a good question, one that had been lurking at the edges of Archie's mind since the strange encounter on the rainy street. Why tear a document into carefully designed puzzle pieces? Why deliver it to Nero Wolfe, a private detective known for rarely leaving his brownstone. Why the cryptic warning about midnight being too late? The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed 10 times, the sound filtering into the office like a gentle reminder of the world beyond their immediate focus. 2 hours until the mysterious deadline, whatever it signified. Wolfe seemed unperturbed by the passage of time, continuing his methodical reconstruction with the same patience he might devote to a particularly delicate grafting operation in his plant rooms. His large hands moved with surprising delicacy, adjusting the position of a fragment by fractions of an inch until it aligned perfectly with its neighbours. He said suddenly, a sound that contained more satisfaction than his usual measured responses. "Now we have it." He had placed a fragment that revealed more of the signature, the letters now reading Montg, with what appeared to be the beginning of an O following. "Montgomery," Archie said, the name no longer a guess but a near certainty. Any Montgomery in particular come to mind? Wolfe's expression suggested that several possibilities were being considered and evaluated. "There is a Montgomery associated with British naval intelligence," he said after a moment, "and another with certain import-export businesses along the eastern seaboard that have occasionally drawn official attention. Without the full name and context, speculation would be premature." He returned to the fragments, selecting one that appeared to contain part of the document's body text. As he positioned it alongside others already in place, a phrase emerged. "Must not fall into," followed by what might be the beginning of "wrong hands" or "enemy hands." "Curiouser and curiouser," Archie murmured, borrowing from Lewis Carroll as he sometimes did when cases took particularly strange turns. "This is starting to sound like something out of a spy novel. Reality often provides the templates that fiction merely copies," Wolfe replied, a rare philosophical observation from a man who generally preferred concrete evidence to abstract musing. And in these times, with Europe balanced on a knife's edge, the line between detective work and matters of international concern grows increasingly thin. He fitted another fragment into place, revealing more of the document's central section. Words emerged: diplomatic pouch, and classified, and naval attaché. The picture was becoming clearer, though significant gaps still remained. "So we're looking at something diplomatic," Archie said, "or at least something disguised as diplomatic. The Jersey Shore location, the harbour lights, the classified material, it's starting to add up to something more than a simple exchange of goods." "Indeed," Wolfe agreed, selecting another fragment and examining it carefully before placing it in position. "The question becomes whether we are being asked to facilitate this operation or to prevent it." It was a crucial distinction, and one that the partial document had not yet made clear. Were they being recruited as allies in whatever this Operation Montgomery entailed, or were they being warned about it by someone seeking to disrupt it? The fire had settled into a steady glow, the initial logs now reduced to glowing embers beneath the newer additions. The rain outside had dwindled to an occasional patter, as if the weather itself was pausing to observe their progress. Wolfe aligned another fragment, this one bearing part of what appeared to be a date. "Tomorrow night," he murmured, confirming what they had suspected from earlier pieces. "The operation is scheduled for tomorrow night, which explains the urgency implied by our mysterious messenger, and the midnight deadline," Archie prompted. "Perhaps the last opportunity to make necessary preparations," Wolfe suggested, "or to contact other parties who must be informed. Without the complete context, we can only speculate." He reached for his beer glass, took a careful sip, and returned it to its coaster with his customary precision. "However, the picture is becoming clearer. This appears to be some form of intelligence operation, possibly involving the transfer of classified information or materials, utilizing diplomatic channels to avoid scrutiny." "And our role in all this?" Archie asked, the question that had been hovering between them since the envelope had been delivered. Wolfe's expression suggested that this was the central mystery yet to be resolved. "That," he said, "is what we must determine before midnight, if our messenger's warning is to be heeded." He returned to the fragments with renewed focus, selecting a piece that appeared to contain part of the document's opening paragraph. As he positioned it alongside others already in place, more of the context began to emerge. The text now revealed references to intelligence assets, secure communication channels, and verification protocols. The language was precise, technical, the kind used in official documents where clarity is paramount and ambiguity cannot be tolerated. This has the hallmarks of an intelligence operation, Wolfe observed, though whether American, British or other remains unclear. The reference to a naval attaché suggests diplomatic involvement, which complicates matters considerably. Archie had been thinking along similar lines. Intelligence operations involving diplomatic personnel crossed into territory that was legally ambiguous at best, potentially explosive at worst. If they were being asked to participate in or disrupt such an operation, the implications could extend far beyond their usual work. Should we be contacting official channels, he suggested, already mentally reviewing their connections within various government agencies? Kramer might not be the right department, but he could put us in touch with federal people. Wolfe's slight headshake dismissed this idea. Not without more information. We have fragments of a document with no clear indication of its authenticity or origin. Involving officials at this stage could be premature at best, potentially dangerous at worst, either to ourselves or to legitimate operations we know nothing about. It was sound reasoning, though it left them in the uncomfortable position of holding potentially sensitive information without clear guidance on what to do with it. Archie watched as Wolfe continued his methodical reconstruction, each piece adding to their understanding but also raising new questions. The grandfather clock chimed the half-hour, its resonant tone a reminder of the steadily approaching deadline. Outside, the rain had stopped entirely, leaving behind a wet silence broken only by the occasional drip from eaves or the passing swish of tyres on damp pavement. Wolfe placed another fragment, this one revealing part of what appeared to be a warning or caution. The words compromised and surveillance emerged, lending weight to the growing sense that whatever Operation Montgomery entailed, it faced potential threats or complications. It seems our mysterious correspondent may be warning us about an operation already in progress, Wolfe observed. Perhaps one that has encountered difficulties or opposition, which still doesn't explain why they've come to us, Archie pointed out. We're not exactly in the international espionage business. No, Wolfe agreed, but we are known for discretion, independence, and a certain moral flexibility within the boundaries of the law, qualities that might be valuable to someone navigating complicated waters. He positioned another fragment, revealing more of the diagram they had noticed earlier. What had initially appeared to be a simple map or floor plan was resolved into something more specific. A detailed layout of what looked like a dock or pier, with precise markings indicating positions and movements. This operation, Wolfe said, studying the emerging diagram, appears to involve a very specific choreography. Note the timed positions, the marked routes, the designated observation points. This is not improvised, but rather carefully planned and rehearsed. Archie leaned closer, noting the details Wolfe had indicated. The diagram showed what was indeed a pier or small harbour, with numbered positions and directional arrows suggesting a sequence of movements. Small crosses marked what might be surveillance positions or perhaps security placements. So we're looking at a transfer of some kind, he suggested, with multiple parties involved and security concerns. The diplomatic angle suggests official involvement, but the secrecy and the warning about midnight point to something outside normal channels. A reasonable assessment, Wolfe agreed, selecting another fragment that appeared to contain part of a list or inventory. And now we begin to see what might be at stake. He positioned the fragment, revealing partial entries that included documents, photographic evidence, and what appeared to be a reference to naval deployments. The picture was becoming both clearer and more concerning. This was not merely a smuggling operation or minor intelligence matter, but potentially something with significant military implications. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, casting a ruddier light across the room. Archie rose to add another log, selecting a piece of well-seasoned maple from the basket beside the hearth. The wood settled onto the coals with a soft hiss, flames licking tentatively at its edges before taking hold more confidently. When he returned to his seat, Wolfe had added several more fragments to the reconstruction, the document now nearly half complete. The heading was more visible, confirming their earlier guess. Operation Montgomery in bold letters across the top, followed by a classification marking that was still partially obscured. So, Archie said, we have Operation Montgomery, involving classified naval information, a diplomatic pouch, a meeting at a Jersey Shore location tomorrow night, with harbour lights that will be red instead of green, and a warning that midnight tonight is too late for something. A succinct summary, Wolfe acknowledged, though still lacking crucial context. Why have we been brought into this matter? What action are we expected to take? And who exactly is our mysterious correspondent? These were the central questions, and the fragments still scattered across the desk held the potential answers, if they could be correctly assembled and interpreted in time. The office had grown quieter as the night deepened, the earlier sounds of rain giving way to the occasional drip from eaves and gutters, punctuated by the steady ticking of the clock and the soft shifting of the fire. New York at night created its own particular symphony of distant car horns, the occasional siren, the omnipresent hum of a city that never truly slept, but within the brownstone, these sounds were muted, filtered through stone and wood until they became mere suggestions of the world beyond. Wolfe's fingers moved with methodical precision across the fragments, each placement deliberate, considered, and final. He rarely repositioned a piece once set, his mind seemingly capable of visualizing the completed puzzle even as significant portions remained unassembled. There is a pattern to the tearing, he observed, holding one fragment up to the light, not random but purposeful, following what appears to be a predetermined template. Observe the edge here. It corresponds precisely to this section, despite being separated by what must be several intervening pieces. Archie studied the indicated edges, noting the almost mathematical precision of their correspondence. So our mysterious messenger didn't just tear up a document, he said. They created a specific puzzle designed to be reassembled in exactly one way. Precisely, Wolfe agreed, placing the fragment in its proper position within the growing reconstruction. A security measure, ensuring that even if intercepted, the document could not be casually reconstructed without significant effort and understanding. The emerging document had begun to take on a more coherent form, with the heading Operation Montgomery now fully visible, followed by what appeared to be a classification marking, Most Secret, Allied Eyes Only. Below this, a subheading had emerged. Channel Extraction Protocol Phase 2. Channel Extraction, Archie repeated, the phrase settling into his mind like a key finding its lock. We're looking at some kind of retrieval operation, getting someone or something out of somewhere. Indeed, Wolfe replied, fitting another fragment into place to reveal more of the document's first paragraph. And the reference to Phase 2 suggests this is part of a larger ongoing operation. The text now partially visible in the first paragraph included phrases like successful infiltration during Phase 1 and asset now in position for extraction and time-sensitive intelligence materials. The picture was becoming clearer, though crucial details remained obscured by missing fragments. Wolfe selected another piece, this one bearing what appeared to be part of a name or code designation. As he positioned it alongside others already in place, more context emerged. Agent Kingfisher has secured the package and will rendezvous at designated coordinates. Kingfisher, Archie said, committing the code name to memory. Our first player with a name, or at least a handle, and they've already got whatever it is this operation is meant to retrieve. So it would appear, Wolfe agreed, his expression thoughtful as he surveyed the partially reconstructed document, which suggests that the extraction, scheduled for tomorrow night according to what we've assembled, is the culmination of an intelligence operation already well underway. The fire crackled softly as a pocket of sap in the newly added log expanded and burst, sending a brief flare of brighter light across the room. In that momentary illumination, Archie caught something in Wolfe's expression, a flash of recognition or realization quickly masked by his usual impassivity. You've thought of something, Archie observed. It wasn't a question. Wolfe's slight nod was barely perceptible. A possibility, he acknowledged, but one requiring further confirmation before it merits discussion. He returned to the fragments, selecting one that appeared to contain part of the diagram they had noticed earlier. As he positioned it, more of the detailed layout became visible. What was clearly a small harbour or marina, with specific docking positions marked and annotated with times and what appeared to be vessel designations. "This is Barnegat Bay," Wolfe said, indicating the emerging geography of the diagram. "A specific section near the northern end, if I'm not mistaken. Note the distinctive shoreline configuration and the channel markers indicated here." He reached for the atlas still open on one corner of the desk, turning pages until he found a detailed chart of the New Jersey coastline. Comparing it to the diagram taking shape from the fragments, he nodded with satisfaction. Yes, here Mantoloking, or very near it. A small marina tucked just inside the bay, sheltered from Atlantic swells but with clear access to open water, an ideal location for a discreet exchange or extraction. Archie studied both the chart and the emerging diagram, noting the strategic advantages of the location: sheltered waters, multiple access routes, sparse population especially in the off-season, and close enough to New York for convenient travel, yet far enough to avoid casual observation. "Seems our Kingfisher has chosen their rendezvous point carefully," he observed. "Or it was chosen for them," Wolfe replied, already returning to the fragments. The level of detail in this operational document suggests extensive planning by multiple parties. This is not an improvised arrangement, but rather a carefully orchestrated procedure. He positioned another fragment, revealing more of the document's central section. Words emerged. Diplomatic credentials will provide necessary cover, a naval attaché's vehicle to be used for transport, and package must not remain in US territorial waters beyond specified time frame. "So we've got diplomatic involvement," Archie said, "naval intelligence of some kind, and a tight schedule for getting whatever this package is out of American waters. This is starting to sound like the kind of operation that gets people very excited in Washington. And possibly other capitals as well," Wolfe added, his tone neutral, but his expression suggesting deeper considerations. "Note the classification marking, Allied eyes only. This indicates multinational involvement, most likely British given the current political climate and traditional intelligence partnerships." The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed 11 times, the sound filtering into the office like a gentle reminder of the approaching deadline. 1 hour until midnight, the time their mysterious messenger had warned, would be too late. Wolfe seemed unperturbed by the passage of time, continuing his methodical reconstruction with the same deliberate pace he had maintained throughout the evening. His large hands moved with surprising delicacy, adjusting the position of a fragment by fractions of an inch until it aligned perfectly with its neighbours. "The signature is becoming clearer," he observed, fitting another piece into place at the bottom of the document. The name now read Montk, followed by what appeared to be Om, and the beginning of another letter. "Montgomery," Archie confirmed, no longer a guess but a certainty. Though whether that's the operation's namesake or the signatory remains to be seen. Perhaps both, Wolfe suggested, selecting another fragment that appeared to contain part of the document's conclusion. As he positioned it, more text became visible. Final authorization code will be transmitted via secure channel, and abort protocols are attached as Appendix B. The picture was becoming increasingly complete, though significant sections still remained unassembled. What they had managed to reconstruct painted a clear picture of a sophisticated intelligence operation, a covert extraction of an agent or asset, involving classified naval information, diplomatic cover, and multinational coordination. "The question remains," Wolfe said, voicing the thought that had been hovering between them throughout the evening. "Why have we been brought into this matter? What action are we expected to take, and who exactly is our mysterious correspondent?" Archie had been pondering the same questions. The operation detailed in the fragments appeared to be official, sanctioned and well planned. Not the sort of thing that would normally involve a private detective, even one of Wolfe's reputation. Yet someone had gone to considerable trouble to deliver this partial information to them, with a cryptic warning about a midnight deadline. Could be a whistleblower, he suggested. Someone involved who's got cold feet, or maybe someone who thinks the operation's been compromised and is looking for outside help. Both plausible scenarios, Wolfe acknowledged, though neither explains the specific choice of us as recipients, nor the peculiar method of delivery. He fitted another fragment into place, revealing more of the diagram's legend or key, Symbols were identified: triangles for security positions, squares for observation points, circles for primary team members, and crosses for extraction route checkpoints. "This is quite an elaborate operation," Archie observed, studying the increasingly detailed diagram. Multiple security layers, observation posts, checkpoint verifications, almost like they're expecting trouble, or taking no chances with an asset of significant value, Wolfe replied, selecting another fragment that appeared to contain part of a paragraph describing the package to be extracted. As he positioned it, more details emerged: intelligence regarding German naval deployments in the North Atlantic, and submarine activity patterns, and potential threat to transatlantic shipping lanes. Archie whistled softly. That would explain the high security and diplomatic involvement. That kind of intelligence would be worth quite a bit to the right people, especially with things heating up in Europe. "Indeed," Wolfe agreed, his expression thoughtful as he surveyed the partially reconstructed document. "And it would justify the multinational cooperation indicated by the classification marking. Both American and British interests would be significantly affected by German naval activities in the North Atlantic." The fire had settled into a steady glow, the flames lower but more consistent, casting the room in a warm amber light that seemed to complement the increasingly coherent pattern forming on the desk. Fritz had discreetly brought fresh coffee some time earlier and departed, leaving the two men to their work in companionable silence, broken only by the occasional observation or question. Wolfe positioned another fragment, this one revealing part of what appeared to be a contingency section. The text now visible included phrases like, "If primary extraction route is compromised," and secondary rendezvous coordinates, and emergency abort. Signals. They've planned for multiple scenarios, Archie noted, including things going wrong. Professional work. As one would expect from an operation of this apparent significance, Wolfe replied, reaching for another fragment. "Though the thoroughness of the planning makes our mysterious correspondent's intervention all the more puzzling. What contingency have they foreseen that the operations architects have not?" It was a good question, and one that the fragments had not yet answered. Archie watched as Wolfe continued his methodical reconstruction, each piece adding to their understanding but also raising new questions about their own involvement in the affair. The document was now approximately 2/3 complete, with the main operational outline, diagram and security protocols largely visible. What remained fragmented were sections dealing with specific personnel assignments, communications frequencies, and what appeared to be a detailed timeline for the extraction itself. Wolfe positioned another fragment, revealing part of what appeared to be a warning or caution. The text now visible included potential compromise of security protocols and surveillance of primary extraction route suspected, and alternate approach recommended. He said softly, a sound that contained more satisfaction than his usual measured responses. "Now we begin to see the purpose behind our involvement." Archie leaned forward, studying the newly revealed text. "Someone thinks the operation's security has been blown," he said, "or at least suspects it might be, and they're using us as a back channel to warn someone." "Precisely," Wolfe agreed, fitting another fragment into place to reveal more of this critical section. Note the language here. "Official channels may be monitored, and standard communication protocols potentially compromised. Our mysterious correspondent believes the operation itself has been infiltrated." This revelation cast their involvement in a new light. They weren't being asked to participate in or prevent the operation, but rather to serve as an independent conduit for a warning, one that couldn't be transmitted through normal channels without risking interception. "So, midnight is the deadline for getting this warning to the right people," Archie suggested, the pieces of the puzzle, both literal and figurative, falling into place. "After that, it's too late to implement whatever alternate approach they're recommending." "Reasonable inference," Wolfe acknowledged, already returning to the fragments with renewed focus, "which raises the immediate question of whom we are meant to contact, and how." He selected a fragment that appeared to contain part of the document's conclusion or appendix. As he positioned it alongside others already in place, more text became visible. "Emergency contact protocol attached as Appendix C," and "Use." recognition phrase, harbour lights show the way, followed by authentication code. There's our how, Archie said, or at least part of it. Now we just need the who and the authentication code. Wolfe nodded, his expression suggesting that they were approaching the core of the puzzle. He selected another fragment, this one bearing what appeared to be part of a contact listing or directory. As he positioned it, names and telephone numbers became partially visible, though significant sections remained obscured by missing pieces. Colonel something, War Department, Archie read from the fragmented list. Commander, Naval Intelligence, and what looks like a British consulate number. High-level contacts, Wolfe observed, as one would expect for an operation of this nature. The question becomes which of these is the intended recipient of our mysterious correspondence warning. He reached for another fragment, this one bearing what appeared to be part of a handwritten notation separate from the typed document itself. As he positioned it alongside others already in place, a message became visible in blue ink. Use Davidson only. Others compromised. Davidson, Archie repeated, scanning the partial contact list for the name. There, Commander James Davidson, Office of Naval Intelligence, with what looks like a New York telephone exchange. Wolfe nodded, his expression suggesting satisfaction at this discovery. So our task becomes clear. Contact Commander Davidson before midnight, convey the warning about suspected surveillance of the primary extraction route, and recommend the alternative approach detailed in what appears to be Appendix A, which we have only partially reconstructed. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed the quarter hour, its resonant tone a reminder of the steadily approaching deadline. 45 minutes until midnight, and they still lack the complete message and authentication code they were meant to deliver. Wolfe seemed to sense the unspoken concern. Continue with the reconstruction, he directed, his tone betraying no anxiety despite the time constraint. I require the complete context before making such a call, including the authentication code that will establish our legitimacy with Commander Davidson. Archie nodded, understanding the logic even as he felt the pressure of the approaching deadline. A half-formed warning, delivered without proper authentication, might be dismissed as a crank call or, worse, alert the wrong people to their involvement. Wolfe selected another fragment, this one bearing what appeared to be part of the authentication protocol. As he positioned it alongside others already in place, a series of words became visible. Bluebird, anchor, telescope, respond with, lighthouse. A challenge and response authentication, Archie observed. Standard procedure, they give a series of code words, we respond with the correct one, everybody knows they're talking to the right people. Indeed, Wolfe agreed, reaching for another fragment that appeared to contain more of this critical section. Though without the complete sequence and proper response, such protocols become obstacles rather than assurances. He positioned the new fragment, revealing more of the authentication procedure. Initiate with recognition phrase, followed by code words in precise order. Pause between words. Correct response confirms secure communication. So, we need the full sequence, Archie said, scanning the partially reconstructed document for any additional fragments that might complete this crucial section. Wolfe had already selected another piece, this one bearing what appeared to be part of the code word sequence. As he positioned it, more of the authentication protocol became visible. Bluebird, anchor.telescope.windmill respond with lighthouse, harbour, compass. Getting closer, Archie murmured, watching as Wolfe selected yet another fragment that appeared to contain the final part of this section. With this piece in place, the complete authentication procedure was revealed. Initiate with recognition phrase, harbour lights show the way, followed by code words in precise order. Bluebird, anchor, telescope, windmill. Pause between words. Correct response confirms secure communication. Lighthouse, harbour, compass. And there we have it, Wolfe said, with the quiet satisfaction of a man seeing a puzzle reach its solution. The means to establish our legitimacy with Commander Davidson. The fire crackled softly, a log settling deeper into the coals with a shower of tiny sparks. Outside, the night had grown quieter, the earlier sounds of rain and traffic giving way to the deeper silence of a city gradually settling into its nocturnal rhythms. Wolfe turned his attention to the remaining fragments, focusing now on reconstructing the warning they were meant to deliver. Piece by piece, the alternative approach recommended by their mysterious correspondent began to take shape. Primary extraction route compromised, the reconstructed warning read. Surveillance confirmed at points Alpha and Delta. Recommend shifting to secondary approach via inland waterway. Assets should be moved to alternate pickup locations marked as contingency point Bravo on attached diagram. Authentication signals remain as established, but harbour light will be red, not green, to indicate a secure approach. Clear enough, Archie said, studying the completed warning. They're saying the main route is being watched. Use the backup plan, and look for a red light instead of green to know it's safe to proceed. A succinct summary, Wolfe acknowledged, turning his attention to the diagram that had been partially reconstructed throughout the evening. Now we must locate this contingency point Bravo to ensure our warning is complete and actionable. He studied the diagram, now nearly complete, thanks to their patient reconstruction. The small harbour or marina was clearly visible, with various points marked and labelled. After a moment's examination, he indicated a location marked with a small B near what appeared to be a secondary dock or pier, accessible via a narrow channel rather than the main harbour entrance. Here, he said. Contingency Point Bravo, a more sheltered approach, less visible from open water or shore observation points. A prudent alternative if the primary route is indeed under surveillance. The grandfather clock chimed the half-hour, its resonant tone a reminder of the steadily approaching deadline. 30 minutes until midnight, and while they now had the essential elements of the warning they were meant to deliver, significant portions of the operational document remained unassembled. I believe we have reconstructed the critical components, Wolfe declared, surveying the fragments that remained scattered across one corner of the desk. The operational context, the warning about compromised security, the alternative approach recommendation, and the authentication protocol necessary to establish our legitimacy with Commander Davidson. So we make the call, Archie asked, already reaching for the telephone on the desk. Wolfe nodded, his expression suggesting that while he found the irregular nature of their involvement distasteful, he recognised the necessity of action. The circumstantial evidence suggests this is a legitimate intelligence operation, potentially compromised, with our mysterious correspondent attempting to utilise an independent channel to convey a critical warning. Professional ethics dictate that we proceed. Archie lifted the receiver, his finger poised over the rotary dial. And the number for Commander Davidson? Wolfe indicated the partially reconstructed contact list, where a New York telephone exchange followed by 4 digits was visible beside the name. Proceed with caution, he advised. Establish your identity only after confirmation of this, and utilise the authentication protocol precisely as documented. Archie nodded, already, dialing the number with the deliberate precision he brought to all tasks. The line clicked and hummed, the sound of a connection being established. One ring, then another, then a third. Archie was beginning to wonder if the call would go unanswered, when there was a click, followed by a cautious voice. Davidson speaking. "Good evening, Commander," Archie replied, keeping his tone professional but casual, as if late-night calls were a regular occurrence. "My name is Archie Goodwin, calling on behalf of Nero Wolfe. I believe we have information that may be of interest to you regarding harbour lights that show the way." There was a pause on the line, brief but noticeable. Then Davidson's voice returned, more alert but carefully controlled. "Proceed, Mr. Goodwin Bluebird," Archie said, then paused as instructed by the protocol. "Anchor." Another pause. Telescope. A final pause. "Windmill." Another brief silence on the line, then Davidson's response, measured and precise. "Lighthouse. Harbour. Compass." The authentication complete. Archie felt some of the tension ease from his shoulders. Whatever else might be uncertain about this strange affair, they were now in communication with the intended recipient of their mysterious correspondent's warning. "Commander," he continued, "we've been asked to convey a warning regarding Operation Montgomery. Our information indicates that the primary extraction route has been compromised, with surveillance confirmed at points Alpha and Delta. the recommendation is to shift to the secondary approach via inland waterway, with the asset to be moved to contingency Point Bravo. Authentication signals remain as established, but the harbour light will be red, not green, to indicate a secure approach. There was a longer pause this time, filled with the soft static that sometimes accompanied secure lines. When Davidson spoke again, his voice had taken on a different quality. Sharper, more focused. "Understood, Mr. Goodwin. Can you identify the source of this information?" "Unfortunately not," Archie replied honestly. "The warning was delivered to us in a rather unusual manner, torn fragments of what appears to be an operational document, delivered by an individual who did not identify himself. The authentication protocols were included in these fragments, which we've spent the evening reconstructing." Another pause, shorter this time. "I see." "And the timing of this warning? Was there any indication of urgency?" "Yes," Archie confirmed. "We were specifically advised that midnight would be too late, though the exact implications of that deadline were not specified." "I understand," Davidson replied, his tone suggesting that he did indeed comprehend the significance of this timeline. "Mr. Goodwin, please convey my thanks to Mr. Wolfe for this information. It will be appropriately considered." The careful phrasing suggested neither confirmation nor denial of the operation itself, professional discretion that Archie had expected from someone in Davidson's position. "Glad to be of service," he replied, matching the commander's neutral tone. "Is there anything else you require from us in this matter?" "No, that will be all," Davidson said. "Good night, Mr. Goodwin." The line went dead, the connection broken from the other end with no further elaboration. Archie replaced the receiver slowly, considering the brief conversation and its implications. "Message delivered," he reported to Wolfe, who had been listening intently from his position behind the desk. Davidson confirmed the authentication, received the warning, and thanked us for our service. Very proper, very non-committal. Exactly what you'd expect from naval intelligence. Wolfe nodded, his expression suggesting that he found this outcome satisfactory, if somewhat anticlimactic. "Then our role in this curious affair appears to be concluded," he observed, turning his attention back to the partially reconstructed document spread across his desk. Though many questions remain unanswered. The fire had burned down to glowing embers again, casting a ruddier light across the room. Archie rose to add another log, selecting a piece of well-seasoned hickory from the basket beside the hearth. The wood settled onto the coals with a soft hiss, flames licking tentatively at its edges before taking hold more confidently. "Do we try to finish the reconstruction?" he asked, returning to his seat. "There's still a good third of the document in fragments." Wolfe considered this for a moment, his gaze moving from the assembled portions to the scattered pieces that remained. "I think not," he finally decided. "We have fulfilled the request made of us, delivering the warning before the specified deadline. The remaining fragments likely contain operational details that, while intellectually interesting, are not our concern. It was a characteristically principled position. Having satisfied professional ethics by conveying the warning, Wolfe saw no need to delve further into matters of official secrecy that did not directly involve them." Archie nodded, respecting the decision even as his natural curiosity protested. "So we just wait?" he asked. "See if our mysterious correspondent returns to explain their cryptic delivery? Or if Commander Davidson decides to share the outcome of tomorrow night's excitement at the Jersey shore?" "We continue with our normal affairs," Wolfe replied, beginning to gather the fragments, both assembled and unassembled, and return them to their envelope. "Having discharged our obligation in this matter, we return to our regular concerns. If further developments warrant our attention, I have no doubt they will find their way to us, much as tonight's puzzle did." The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed the 3/4 hour, 15 minutes until the midnight deadline that had driven their evening's work. Outside, New York had settled into its late-night rhythms, the earlier sounds of rain and traffic giving way to an almost pastoral quiet, as if the city itself were holding its breath in anticipation of something yet to come. Wolfe inclined his head slightly, the barest acknowledgement. A possibility, one requiring verification before it merits discussion. He glanced at the clock. It is late. We have discharged our immediate obligation by delivering the warning. The remainder can wait until morning. But Archie knew his employer too well to accept this dismissal. Something about the signature, he suggested, watching Wolfe's expression for confirmation. Montgomery, it bothers you. Wolfe's eyes narrowed fractionally, a tell that Archie had learned to recognise over years of association. The signature, yes, and certain phraseology in the document that suggests a particular authorial voice, one you recognise? Instead of answering directly, Wolfe reached for one of the fragments they had set aside earlier, a small corner piece that appeared blank or nearly so. He held it up to the light from the desk lamp, angling it to catch the illumination more directly. Observe, he said, passing the fragment to Archie. Not ink, but impression. Archie took the fragment, mimicking Wolfe's method of examining it. At first he saw nothing. Then, as he adjusted the angle slightly, faint markings began to emerge. Not ink, but indentations in the paper, as if someone had written on another sheet placed on top of this one, leaving impressions without pigment. The marks resolved into letters, a signature becoming visible through the play of light and shadow across the subtle depressions in the paper. Montgomery. But beneath this name was something else. A small symbol, carefully impressed into the paper. A stylized eagle clutching what appeared to be lightning bolts. Military insignia, Archie suggested, returning the fragment to Wolfe. Of a sort, Wolfe agreed, his tone suggesting there was more significance to the symbol than mere military affiliation. One associated with a particular division of British intelligence, a division whose methods I have encountered before. This was unexpected. Wolfe rarely spoke of past cases or connections, particularly those predating his establishment in New York. That he recognised an obscure British intelligence insignia suggested experiences he had never shared with Archie. Before my time, Archie asked, keeping his tone casual despite his curiosity. Before this continent, Wolfe replied cryptically. He returned the fragment to the desk, his expression thoughtful. If my suspicion is correct, our involvement in this matter may not be as coincidental as it first appeared. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, casting a ruddier light across the room. Archie rose to add another log, selecting a piece of well-seasoned oak from the basket beside the hearth. It brushed against the shadowy world of international intelligence. Not all puzzles were meant to be completely solved, at least not by them. The grandfather clock began to chime midnight, each resonant tone marking the transition from one day to the next. Archie listened until the final stroke faded into silence, then let the curtain fall back into place, turning away from the window and whatever secrets the night still held. Whatever too late had meant, they had beaten the deadline. The warning had been delivered, the authentication confirmed, their role in the curious affair of Operation Montgomery concluded. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new mysteries, new puzzles to solve, the regular rhythm of life in Nero Wolfe's brownstone, where the extraordinary routinely found its way to their door, often in the most unexpected forms. Archie moved around the office, checking that windows were secured and lights turned off, leaving only the fire's glow to illuminate the familiar room. Whatever Operation Montgomery might be, whatever international intrigue it entailed, it was now in other hands. Their brief role in the affair was complete, the torn fragments reassembled, the message delivered, the midnight deadline met. He paused at the desk, glancing at the drawer where Wolfe had stored the envelope containing the reconstructed document and remaining fragments. Perhaps someday they would learn the full story behind tonight's curious episode. Perhaps not. In their line of work, some mysteries remained partially veiled, glimpsed only briefly before disappearing back into the shadows from which they had emerged. With a final glance around the darkened office, Archie turned and made his way toward the hallway, leaving behind the puzzle of Operation Montgomery and whatever consequences their evening's work might have set in motion. Tomorrow was another day with its own challenges and mysteries waiting to be solved. The midnight deadline had been met. Whatever happened next was beyond their control, a thought that was both frustrating and oddly liberating as Archie climbed the stairs toward his own room, leaving the sleeping brownstone to its dreams of orchids, spies, and torn fragments of secret messages delivered on rainy New York evenings. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed midnight, its resonant tones echoing through the brownstone like gentle reminders of time's passage. The final note hung in the air momentarily before dissolving into the quiet that had settled over the house. Outside, the rain had tapered to an occasional patter against the windows, punctuated by the distant sounds of a late-night traffic, tyres on wet pavement, an occasional horn, the city's nocturnal murmur serving as a constant backdrop to their investigation. Wolfe leaned back in his chair, surveying the partially reconstructed document spread across his desk. They had successfully delivered the warning to Commander Davidson, meeting the mysterious deadline emphasized by their unnamed correspondent. Yet rather than satisfaction, an air of incompleteness lingered in the office, like a sentence trailing off before its conclusion. "Our official involvement may be concluded," Wolfe observed, his voice cutting through the quiet, "but I find myself dissatisfied with the arrangement of certain pieces." Archie, who had been contemplating the fire's dying embers, turned his attention back to his employer. "Something doesn't fit. Not precisely." Wolfe's fingers hovered over the fragments, not touching but indicating their pattern. Rather, something fits too neatly. The convenient inclusion of authentication protocols, the precisely torn pieces, designed to be reassembled in only one configuration. The theatrical delivery method. "You think we're being played?" Archie asked, though it was more observation than question. "I think," Wolfe replied carefully, "that we have been drawn into something more complex than a simple warning delivery. The question becomes, to what purpose?" The fire crackled softly as a log shifted, sending a small shower of sparks up the chimney. In that momentary illumination, Archie noticed something he had missed earlier. A subtle change in Wolfe's expression, a tightening around the eyes that suggested he was withholding some observation or conclusion. "You've thought of something," Archie said, sealed the envelope containing the fragments, and placed it in his desk drawer, turning the key with a soft click that somehow felt like the closing of a chapter. Whatever Operation Montgomery entailed, whatever intelligence was being extracted from whatever source, it was now beyond their purview, a mystery they had touched briefly but would likely never fully know. "I believe I shall retire for the night," Wolfe announced, rising from his chair with his customary combination of dignity and effort. "Tomorrow brings its own concerns, including the new Phalaenopsis specimens arriving from Singapore, which will require my attention regardless of international intrigue elsewhere." Archie nodded, understanding that for Wolfe the matter was now concluded, at least until or unless new information brought it back to their attention. The detective's ability to compartmentalize was one of his most remarkable traits, allowing him to focus entirely on whatever was before him without distraction from past or future concerns. "I'll lock up," Archie said, rising as Wolfe made his way toward the door. "Sleep well, and dream of orchids rather than spies and secret messages." Wolfe paused at the doorway, a ghost of a smile touching his lips. "In my experience, Archie orchids contain quite enough mystery and intrigue to satisfy any reasonable mind. Good night." And with that, he was gone, his substantial figure moving with surprising grace through the hallway toward the elevator that would carry him to his bedroom suite on the floor above. Archie remained in the office, listening to the familiar sounds of the brownstone settling into night, the soft whir of the elevator, the distant closing of Wolfe's bedroom door, the almost imperceptible creaks and sighs of an old building accommodating itself to the cooling temperatures of the early morning. The fire had caught properly now, the new log ablaze with a steady, comforting glow that pushed back the shadows in the empty office. Archie moved to the window, pulling aside the curtain to look out at the New York night. The rain had indeed stopped, leaving the streets glistening under street lamps, occasional cars passing like water bugs across the wet pavement. Somewhere out there, Operation Montgomery continued its complex choreography, agents and assets and intelligence officers moving through their carefully orchestrated routines, unaware that a private detective and his assistant had briefly intersected with their classified world. Tomorrow night, on a small dock in a New Jersey marina, something significant would happen, perhaps altered by the warning they had delivered, perhaps proceeding exactly as planned, and they would likely never know the outcome, never learn the identity of their mysterious correspondent, never understand fully why they had been chosen as the conduit for tonight's warning. It was an unsatisfying conclusion from a detective's perspective, a mystery partially solved at best, with key questions left unanswered, but such was the nature of their profession sometimes, particularly when, a possibility I cannot dismiss, Wolfe acknowledged, though to what purpose remains unclear. The warning itself appears genuine enough. The details of the operation, the security protocols, the extraction logistics all bear the hallmarks of legitimate intelligence procedure. But delivered in a way designed to intrigue you specifically, Archie concluded, to ensure your personal attention rather than mere professional involvement. Wolfe nodded, his expression suggesting that this observation aligned with his own thinking, which raises questions about the messenger's true objectives. Is the warning about compromised security the primary purpose of this communication, or merely a vehicle for some other message intended specifically for me? It was a disturbing thought, that they might have been manipulated into involvement with Operation Montgomery, for reasons beyond the straightforward delivery of a warning. That their mysterious correspondent might have motives extending beyond the security of the extractions scheduled for the following night. The grandfather clock chimed the quarter hour, a gentle reminder of the late hour. Outside, the rain had stopped entirely, leaving behind a wet silence broken only by the occasional drip from eaves and gutters. The morning may provide clarity, Wolfe said, though his tone suggested he considered this unlikely. For now, we have done what was asked of us. The warning has been delivered, the authentication confirmed, our immediate obligation discharged. He began gathering the fragments, both assembled and unassembled, returning them to their envelope with methodical care. Each piece was positioned precisely, as if their arrangement even in storage might yield some additional insight when revisited. "And if our mysterious correspondent makes contact again," Archie asked. "Then we shall address that circumstance when it arises," Wolfe replied, sealing the envelope and placing it in his desk drawer. He turned the key with a soft click that somehow felt like the closing of a chapter, temporary perhaps, but definitive for the moment. "I believe I shall retire for the night," he announced, rising from his chair with his customary combination of dignity and effort. "Tomorrow brings its own concerns, including the new orchid specimens arriving from Singapore, which will require my attention regardless of international intrigue." Archie nodded, understanding that for Wolfe, the matter was now compartmentalized, set aside but not forgotten, to be revisited when circumstances warranted. The detective's ability to maintain such mental discipline was one of his most remarkable traits, allowing him to focus entirely on whatever was before him without distraction from unresolved questions. "I'll lock up," Archie said, rising as Wolfe made his way toward the door. "Sleep well and dream of orchids rather than cryptic messages and naval intelligence." Wolfe paused at the doorway, a ghost of a smile touching his lips. "In my experience, Archie orchids contain quite enough mystery to satisfy any reasonable mind. Good night." And with that, he was gone, his substantial figure moving with surprising grace through the hallway toward the elevator that would carry him to his bedroom suite on the floor above. Archie remained in the office, listening to the familiar sounds of the brownstone settling into night, the soft whir of the elevator, the distant closing of Wolfe's bedroom door, the almost imperceptible creaks and sighs of an old building accommodating itself to the cooling temperatures of early morning. The fire had caught properly now, the new log ablaze with a steady, comforting glow that pushed back the shadows in the empty office. Archie moved to the window, pulling aside the curtain to look out at the New York night. The rain had indeed stopped, leaving the streets glistening under street lamps, occasional cars passing like water bugs across the wet pavement. Somewhere out there, Operation Montgomery continued its complex choreography. Agents and assets and intelligence officers moving through their carefully orchestrated routines, unaware that a private detective and his assistant had briefly intersected with their classified world. Tomorrow night, on a small dock in a New Jersey marina, something significant would happen, perhaps altered by the warning they had delivered, perhaps proceeding exactly as planned, and they would likely never know the outcome, never learn the identity of their mysterious correspondent, never understand fully why they had been chosen as the conduit for tonight's warning. It was an unsatisfying conclusion from a detective's perspective, a mystery partially solved at best, with key questions left, unanswered, but such was the nature of their profession sometimes, particularly when it brushed against the shadowy world of international intelligence. Not all puzzles were meant to be completely solved, at least not by them. Archie let the curtain fall back into place, turning away from the window and whatever secrets the night still held. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new mysteries, new puzzles to solve, the regular rhythm of the life in Nero Wolfe's brownstone, where the extraordinary routinely found its way to their door, often in the most unexpected forms. He moved around the office, checking that windows were secured and lights turned off, leaving only the fire's glow to illuminate the familiar room. Whatever Operation Montgomery might be, whatever international intrigue it entailed, it was now in other hands. Their brief role in the affair was complete, the torn fragments reassembled, the message delivered, the midnight deadline met. He paused at the desk, glancing at the drawer where Wolfe had stored the envelope containing the reconstructed document and remaining fragments. Perhaps someday they would learn the full story behind tonight's curious episode. Perhaps not. In their line of work, some mysteries remained partially veiled, glimpsed only briefly before disappearing back into the shadows from which they had emerged. With a final glance around the darkened office, Archie turned and made his way toward the hallway, leaving behind the puzzle of Operation Montgomery and whatever consequences their evening's work might have set in motion. The soft glow of morning had not yet begun to lighten the eastern sky when Archie woke, the remnants of a dream about torn papers and harbour lights fading as consciousness returned. His bedside clock showed 5:15, earlier than his usual rising time, but not unprecedented when a case had settled into his thoughts with particular tenacity. Outside, the world remained wrapped in pre-dawn darkness, the previous night's rain having given way to a clear, cold autumn morning. Stars were still visible through his window, hard and bright in the black sky, like fragments of the puzzle they had pieced together hours before. Archie rose without turning on the light, dressing in the darkness with the efficiency of long habit. Sleep would not return now that his mind had begun to circle around the curious events of the previous evening. Better to be up and moving, perhaps to review notes or simply to let his thoughts arrange themselves while the brownstone slept around him. The hallway was dark and silent as he made his way downstairs, avoiding the third step from the bottom that sometimes creaked under unwary feet. Fritz would not begin his morning routine for another hour at least, and Wolfe himself would not emerge from his bedroom until the precisely appointed hour of 8, barring emergencies of the most dramatic nature. In the office, embers still glowed faintly in the grate, a reminder of the previous night's vigil. Archie added kindling and a small log, coaxing the fire back to life with patient attention. As flames began to lick upward, casting dancing shadows across the room, he settled into his chair behind the desk. The drawer where Wolfe had stored the envelope containing the reconstructed document remained locked, its contents secured against casual examination. Archie had no intention of disturbing it. Wolfe had declared their involvement in the matter concluded, and professional ethics demanded respect for that decision. Yet questions remained, circling through his mind like autumn leaves caught in an eddy. Who had sent them the torn fragments? Why choose such an elaborate method of delivery? What was Operation Montgomery truly about, beyond the bare outlines they had managed to reconstruct? And perhaps most pressingly, what would happen tonight at that small marina on the Jersey shore? The fire had caught properly now, warmth beginning to push back against the pre-dawn chill. Archie leaned back in his chair, watching the flames and allowing his thoughts to wander through the labyrinth of possibilities. Naval intelligence, diplomatic pouches, classified information about German submarine activities, all pointed towards something of significant importance, especially given the increasingly tense international situation. Europe stood on the brink of another war, with Hitler's ambitions growing more overt by the month. Intelligence about German naval deployments would be valuable indeed to both American and British interests. The morning light filtered through the windows of the brownstone, casting long rectangles of pale gold across the office floor. Outside, New York had awakened fully, the streets filled with the purposeful movement of a city that prided itself on its perpetual motion. Delivery trucks rumbled past, taxi horns punctuated conversations, and pedestrians navigated the damp sidewalks with the practiced indifference of true urbanites. Inside, Nero Wolfe sat behind his desk, examining a small white orchid with the careful attention he devoted to all specimens in his collection. It was precisely 9:15. He had been down from the plant rooms for exactly 15 minutes, having spent the first hour of his day, as always, tending to. The implications were disturbing. If their caller was correct, if Commander Davidson was indeed compromised, they might have inadvertently participated in subverting a legitimate intelligence operation, or perhaps in legitimizing a compromised one. Either way, the consequences could extend far beyond their usual professional concerns. So what now? Archie asked the practical question that always followed theoretical conclusions in their work. Do we contact Davidson again with this new warning? Try to reach someone else in naval intelligence, or stay out of what's increasingly looking like a very complicated game of spy versus spy? Wolfe's expression suggested he was weighing these options with his customary thoroughness. Before taking any action, he said finally, we require additional information, particularly regarding Commander Davidson's background and current associations. I could call Lon at the Gazette, Archie suggested, referring to their newspaper contact who occasionally provided discreet information in exchange for exclusive stories. He might have something on Davidson in their files, or know someone who does. A reasonable first step, Wolfe agreed. Additionally, I believe it would be prudent to complete our reconstruction of the document. The remaining fragments may contain context relevant to our caller's warning. Archie nodded, already reaching for the telephone to contact Lon Cohen. As he dialed, he watched Wolfe return to the methodical process of arranging the remaining fragments, his large fingers moving with surprising delicacy across the torn pieces of paper. The conversation with Lon was brief but productive. The newspaper man, "That's colourful," Archie commented, "but short on specifics. Which fox, which chickens, and what exactly are we supposed to do with this information?" "Trust no one in uniform," the caller continued, as if Archie hadn't spoken. "The operation has been compromised at the highest level. Davidson is not what he appears." Wolfe had risen from his chair, moving with surprising quickness for a man of his size, and positioned himself where he could hear both sides of the conversation. His expression remained impassive, but Archie noted the increased attention in his eyes. "And we're supposed to take your word for this?" Archie asked. A voice on the phone who won't identify himself, following a puzzle delivered by a stranger who did the same. "The impress signature," the caller said, his tone more urgent now. "The eagle symbol. You know what it means?" Archie glanced at Wolfe, whose slight nod confirmed this assertion. "Why us?" Archie pressed. "Of all the people you could have involved in this, why choose a private detective and his assistant?" "Because Nero Wolfe understands the significance of Montgomery," the caller replied. Both the channel and the man. With that cryptic statement, the line went dead. Archie replaced the receiver slowly, turning to Wolfe with raised eyebrows. "Well? Do you understand the significance of Montgomery, both the channel and the man?" Wolfe's expression had shifted subtly, a complex mixture of recognition and what might have been concern, an emotion he rarely displayed. "I believe I do," he acknowledged, returning to his desk with measured steps. "Though confirmation would require accessing certain records I have not consulted in many years." He settled into his chair, his gaze moving to the window where morning light illuminated dust motes dancing in the air. For a moment, he seemed to be looking beyond the New York street outside into some distant past or complex calculation. "Our caller suggests that Commander Davidson is compromised," Archie prompted, bringing Wolfe's attention back to the immediate situation. "That the operation has been infiltrated at the highest level. If that's true, We may have delivered our warning to exactly the wrong person. A troubling possibility, Wolfe agreed, though not yet established as fact. The caller's credibility remains unverified, despite their apparent knowledge of the eagle symbol and its significance. Which is? Archie asked, his curiosity finally overcoming his professional restraint. Wolfe's gaze returned to the fragment bearing the impressed insignia. A designation used by a particular division of British intelligence, he said after a moment's consideration. One specialising in counterintelligence operations, identifying and neutralising enemy agents within Allied organisations. Spies hunting spies, Archie translated. And this Montgomery, the man, not the channel, was part of this outfit. Colonel William Montgomery, Wolfe confirmed, the name emerging with a precision that suggested personal knowledge rather than mere recognition. A figure I encountered during certain international complications some years before establishing myself in New York. This was unprecedented. Wolfe rarely spoke of his past, particularly the period before his arrival in America. That he was doing so now indicated the seriousness with which he regarded their current situation. And the connection to our Operation Montgomery? Archie asked. Treading carefully on this unfamiliar territory. Remains to be determined, Wolfe replied, though his tone suggested he had theories he was not yet ready to share. However, the use of that particular name, combined with the eagle insignia and our caller's emphasis on internal compromise rather than external threat, suggests this may be a counterintelligence operation rather than a simple extraction. A trap, Archie suggested, rather than a rescue. Perhaps, Wolfe acknowledged, whether designed to catch enemy agents or loyal ones may depend entirely on who controls the operation, and to what purpose. His botanical treasures on the top floor. Archie watched from his own desk, noting the deliberate way Wolfe turned the orchid pot, studying the delicate bloom from various angles. To the uninitiated, it might appear that the events of the previous evening had been entirely forgotten, displaced by Wolfe's horticultural obsessions. Archie knew better. Wolfe's mind was perfectly capable of compartmentalizing, giving full attention to his orchids while simultaneously processing the puzzle of Operation Montgomery in some separate chamber of his formidable intellect. "Fritz informs me you were awake before dawn," Wolfe said, without looking up from the orchid. A circumstance sufficiently unusual to merit comment. "Couldn't sleep," Archie replied. "Too many torn pieces rattling around in my head." Wolfe returned the orchid to its saucer with exquisite care. "And have these metaphorical fragments arranged themselves into any pattern of note during your early morning contemplations?" It was Wolfe's way of asking whether Archie had developed any new insights, without directly acknowledging their continued interest in a matter he had officially declared concluded, a subtle dance of professional protocol that Archie had learned to navigate years ago. "Nothing concrete," Archie admitted. "Though I did remember something about the location in that diagram. There's a narrow passage in Upper Barnegat Bay called Montgomery Channel, named after a local fishing family from the last century. Probably coincidence, but it's in the right area." Wolfe's eyebrows rose fractionally, an expression that, from him, constituted significant surprise. "Not a coincidence," he declared. "Confirmation. Operations of this nature typically employ geographical designations with plausible deniability. Names that appear in legitimate charts and maps but are sufficiently obscure to avoid casual recognition." He reached for the drawer containing the envelope with its reconstructed document, unlocking it with a small key from his vest pocket. This simple action told Archie more than any verbal acknowledgement could have. Wolfe had reconsidered his position on their involvement in the matter. "I have been reflecting on certain aspects of this affair," Wolfe continued, removing the envelope and carefully extracting its contents. "Particularly the choice of delivery method and the specific inclusion of authentication protocols accessible only through physical reconstruction, as opposed to just telling us directly," Archie suggested. "Precisely." Wolfe spread the reconstructed document on his desk alongside the fragments that remained unassembled. "Consider, our messenger could have simply provided the warning verbally or in written form, along with the authentication codes necessary to establish credibility with Commander Davidson. Instead, we received a puzzle requiring hours of methodical reconstruction. a process that forced us to absorb and understand the operational context in detail. Archie nodded, following Wolfe's reasoning. We weren't just passing along a message, we were being educated about the operation itself, made to understand what's at stake. Indeed. Wolfe selected the fragment with the impressed signature and symbol they had examined the previous night, which suggests our role was intended to extend beyond mere message delivery. We were being prepared for something more. The telephone's sudden ring interrupted this line of thought. Archie reached for the receiver, maintaining his professional tone despite the early hour. Nero Wolfe's residence, Archie Goodwin speaking. A voice came through, the same unplaceable accent as their previous caller. The warning was delivered. It was, Archie confirmed, meeting Wolfe's gaze across the desk. Before the deadline, as requested. Good, the voice replied, but circumstances have changed. The situation is more complex than initially understood. Isn't it always? Archie remarked, unable to resist a touch of irony. Perhaps this time you might consider identifying yourself? Mysterious messages from anonymous callers have their dramatic appeal, but clarity has its advantages. The caller ignored this suggestion. The harbour light will indeed be red, but the true danger comes from within, not without. The fox is among the chickens. Promised to check their files for any information on Commander James Davidson of Naval Intelligence, and to make discreet inquiries with certain contacts who monitored military appointments and transfers. He would call back within the hour, assuming he found anything worth sharing. By the time Archie hung up, Wolfe had made significant progress with the remaining fragments. What had previously appeared to be unrelated scraps were resolved into what looked like a personnel section of the operational document, code names matched with brief descriptions of roles and responsibilities. Interesting, Wolfe murmured, fitting another piece into place. Most interesting indeed. Archie moved to look over his shoulder, studying the emerging text. Agent Kingfisher was identified as a deep cover asset with access to German naval command structures. A figure code named OSPREY was described as Extraction Team Leader, Naval Intelligence Liaison. Heron was Diplomatic Cover, Embassy Attaché with Pouch Authority. A complete roster of the operation's key personnel, Archie observed. Though still in code names. Not entirely, Wolfe replied, positioning another fragment that revealed partial real names alongside their code designations. Osprey is identified here as Commander J.D., almost certainly our Commander Davidson, so Davidson is officially part of the operation, Archie noted, leading the extraction team, which makes our caller's warning about him being compromised even more concerning. Indeed, Wolfe agreed, selecting another fragment that appeared to contain part of a security protocol section. If the extraction team leader has been turned or coerced, the entire operation is effectively under hostile control. As he positioned the new fragment, more text became visible. All team members subject to secondary authentication protocols. Any deviation from established recognition sequences will trigger an immediate security response. They were worried about infiltration, Archie said. Built-in extra verification steps for everyone involved. Standard procedure for high-security operations, Wolfe confirmed, particularly those involving deep cover assets. Kingfisher would have been trained to recognize subtle signs of compromise among their extraction team. The telephone rang again. Lon Cohen returning their call with unexpected promptness. Archie answered, notepad ready for whatever information their newspaper contact had managed to uncover. Your Commander Davidson is an interesting fellow, Lon began without preamble. Appointed to Naval Intelligence 3 months ago. Transferred from the Pacific Fleet where he served as communications officer on the USS Portland. Decorated twice for actions during peacetime exercises. Unusual, but not unprecedented. Does anything stand out about him? Archie asked, making notes as Lon spoke. Just one thing, Lon replied, his tone suggesting he'd saved the most significant detail for last. Before his naval career, he spent 2 years as a graduate student in Berlin. Returned to the States in '35, just as things were getting particularly unpleasant over there. Archie's pen paused above the notepad. Berlin? That's convenient timing for someone now involved in German naval intelligence matters. Precisely why I thought you'd find it interesting, Lon agreed. Could be entirely innocent. Plenty of Americans studied in Germany before Hitler made it uncomfortable. But for a current naval intelligence officer with German connections to be suddenly transferred to the Atlantic Command, just as tensions are rising, it raises questions, Archie finished. Thanks, Lon. We owe you one. Just remember who gets the exclusive when this turns into something printable, Lon replied before hanging up. Archie turned to Wolfe, who had paused in his reconstruction of the document to listen to the conversation. Davidson studied in Berlin until 1935, he reported. Then joined the Navy, served in the Pacific, and was transferred to naval intelligence on the Atlantic coast just 3 months ago. A concerning pattern, Wolfe observed, though not conclusive evidence of compromise. Many Americans with legitimate academic interests studied in German universities during that period, but combined with our mysterious caller's warning about Davidson being not what he appears, it adds weight to the suspicion, Archie pointed out. Indeed, Wolfe agreed, returning to the fragments with renewed focus, which makes completing our reconstruction all the more urgent. If Davidson is compromised, and if this operation is indeed a counterintelligence measure rather than a simple extraction, we require the full context before determining our course of action. He selected another fragment, this one bearing what appeared to be part of an operational timeline. As he positioned it alongside others already in place, more details of the planned extraction emerged. Precise timings, signal sequences, fallback protocols. The level of detail was impressive, clearly the work of professionals accustomed to planning covert operations where every contingency must be anticipated. 7 p.m., Archie noted, reading from the newly assembled section. That's when Kingfisher is scheduled to make first contact at the rendezvous point, which gives us, he glanced at his watch, less than 10 hours to figure out what's really going on and whether we need to do anything about it. A constraint I find most disagreeable, Wolfe remarked, his distaste for time pressure evident in his tone. The mind functions best when not harried by artificial deadlines. Nevertheless, he continued his methodical reconstruction with undiminished focus, each fragment finding its place in the growing document with precision that spoke of both physical dexterity and mental acuity. Archie watched, offering assistance when requested but otherwise content to observe the master at work. Outside, the morning had advanced, the early gold of sunrise giving way to the clearer, more neutral light of midday. The sounds of the city filtered through the windows, car horns, distant conversations, the occasional siren, a reminder of the ordinary world continuing its business, unaware of the international intrigue being untangled within the brownstone walls. Fritz appeared briefly to inquire about lunch arrangements, received Wolfe's instructions with his customary efficiency, and withdrew to the kitchen, where the sounds of culinary preparation soon provided a domestic counterpoint to their more clandestine concerns. Wolfe positioned another fragment, revealing more of the document's security protocol section. Text emerged. In the event of suspected compromise, the emergency abort signal will be a triple flash of red light followed by a single green. All team members withdraw immediately via separate extraction routes detailed in Appendix D. At least they planned for things going wrong, Archie observed. Triple red, single green means everybody runs for the exits. A standard contingency in operations of this nature, Wolfe agreed. Though effectiveness depends entirely on team members recognizing the compromise before it's too late. He reached for another fragment, this one bearing what appeared to be part of a background section on Kingfisher's intelligence package. As he positioned it, more details became visible. Comprehensive documentation of German submarine deployment patterns, including planned Atlantic Wolfpack formations targeting Allied shipping lanes. Valuable information, Archie noted, especially with Europe looking more unstable by the day. If war breaks out, knowing where German submarines plan to operate could save a lot of lives and cargo. Indeed, Wolfe agreed, his expression thoughtful as he surveyed the increasingly complete document. Which makes the question of Davidson's loyalty all the more critical. If he is compromised, as our caller suggests, this intelligence may never reach Allied hands. Or worse, the source may be identified and eliminated. The implications hung in the air between them, unspoken but understood. Kingfisher was a person, a deep cover agent who had risked their life to obtain crucial intelligence. If Davidson was indeed working for the Germans, that agent's life was in imminent danger. The afternoon had slipped away like water through cupped hands, each hour bringing them closer to the 7 o'clock rendezvous scheduled at Montgomery Channel. Outside, twilight gathered along the streets of New York, the fading light giving way to the artificial illumination of street lamps and apartment windows. Inside the brownstone, Wolfe and Archie sat in the office, surrounded by the nearly completed reconstruction of Operation Montgomery's operational document. "Have assembled most of the puzzle," Wolfe observed, surveying their work with clinical detachment. Yet critical questions remain unanswered. The telephone on the desk had remained stubbornly silent since Lon Cohen's call that morning. Their mysterious correspondent had not made further contact, leaving them to interpret the cryptic warnings without additional guidance. The completed document had filled in many operational details but offered no definitive evidence regarding Davidson's loyalty or the true nature of the operation. "So what's our play?" Archie asked, glancing at his watch. 5:30, 90 minutes before Kingfisher was scheduled to make contact at the rendezvous point. "We can't just sit here while a potentially compromised operation goes forward. If our caller is right about Davidson, Kingfisher could be walking into a trap." Wolfe's expression suggested he had been contemplating this very dilemma. "The ethical considerations are complex," he acknowledged. "We have received contradictory information from unverified sources. The original operational document appears legitimate, yet our anonymous caller warns of compromise at the highest level. We delivered the initial warning as requested, potentially alerting the very individual. Our caller now identifies as untrustworthy, which means we might have made things worse instead of better," Archie concluded. "If Davidson is working for the Germans, he now knows that someone suspects the primary extraction route is under surveillance, and may have adjusted his plans accordingly," Wolfe agreed. "However, we must not leap to conclusions based on incomplete information. Davidson's German connections, while potentially suspicious, do not constitute proof of disloyalty. Many Americans studied in Germany before the current regime made such exchanges untenable." The fire crackled softly in the grate, sending flickering shadows across the room as daylight continued to fade outside. Fritz had brought coffee some time earlier, the cups now empty on the desk beside the reconstructed document. The brownstone felt unusually quiet, as if the building itself were holding its breath, waiting for their decision. "We need eyes on the ground," Archie said finally, breaking the contemplative silence. "Someone at that rendezvous point to observe what actually happens, ready to intervene if necessary." Wolfe's slight frown indicated his reflexive distaste for field operations, particularly those involving travel beyond Manhattan. "A complicated proposition," he observed, "given our limited information and the sensitivity of the operation. Any intervention could potentially compromise legitimate intelligence activities." "Or save a loyal agent's life," Archie countered. "If Kingfisher is walking into a trap, and we do nothing because we're afraid of overstepping, that's on us." The ethical weight of the situation hung between them, heavy as the darkening sky outside. Wolfe's expression shifted slightly, his formidable intellect visibly processing the various factors and potential outcomes. "Your reasoning has merit," he acknowledged finally. "However, direct intervention would be premature without additional verification. I propose a compromise. Observation only, with intervention reserved for circumstances of clear and immediate danger to the agent designated as Kingfisher." It was as close to approval for field action as Archie was likely to get under the circumstances. He nodded, already mentally preparing for the journey to the Jersey shore. "I'll need the diagram showing the extraction points and observation positions," he said, reaching for the relevant section of the reconstructed document. "Take only what is essential," Wolfe cautioned. "If you are discovered, any operational documents in your possession would compound the complication considerably." Archie nodded, committing the key details to memory instead. The layout of Montgomery Channel, the position of contingency Point Bravo, where Kingfisher was now directed to make contact, the security signals and abort codes. Years of working with Wolfe had trained his memory to retain such details with photographic precision. "I'll be invisible," he promised, rising from his chair. Just another night fisherman checking his lines, not paying any attention to mysterious lights or diplomatic types having rendezvous in secluded coves. Wolfe's expression suggested he found this characterization overly optimistic, but chose not to debate the point. "Caution, Archie," he said instead, his tone conveying more concern than his words alone might suggest. "Whatever game is being played tonight involves professionals from multiple nations, with stakes extending far beyond our usual concerns." "I know," Archie replied, sobering slightly. "Observation only, unless someone's life is clearly in danger. I'm not looking to start an international incident." He moved toward the door, calculating travel times and equipment needs. The drive to the Jersey shore would take approximately 2 hours, allowing for evening traffic. He would need to leave immediately to arrive with sufficient time to position himself discreetly before the scheduled rendezvous. "I'll take the roadster," he said, pausing at the doorway. "Less conspicuous than a taxi, and I might need the flexibility." Wolfe nodded, his gaze returning to the reconstructed document spread across his desk. "I shall continue my analysis here," he said. "Should any new insights emerge, I will attempt to reach you by telephone at the service station near Mantoloking. Fritz has the number." It was a practical arrangement, acknowledging the limitations of communication once Archie was in the field. The small service station near Montgomery Channel was likely the only place within reasonable distance where he might receive a telephone call, assuming he checked in periodically. "I'll call when I'm in position," Archie promised, "and again after the rendezvous, assuming everything goes smoothly. If not." He let the sentence hang unfinished, both of them understanding the implications. "Satisfactory," Wolfe replied, the word carrying more weight than its simple definition might suggest, an acknowledgement of the risks involved and his confidence in Archie's ability to navigate them. With a final nod, Archie left the office, moving quickly through the hallway to gather the few items he would need for the evening's operation. A dark jacket, comfortable shoes suitable for potential movement across varied terrain, a small but powerful flashlight, and the compact .32 automatic he carried on occasions when Wolfe's business extended into potentially dangerous territory. Fritz appeared as he was preparing to leave, concern evident in his expressive face. "The weather report mentions fog along the coast tonight," he said, offering a small thermos. "Coffee with a measure of brandy. For warmth only, of course." "Fritz, you're a treasure," Archie replied with genuine appreciation, accepting the thermos and slipping it into his jacket pocket. "Hold the fort here and make sure he doesn't stay up all night staring at those fragments. The operation will be over by 10, one way or another." Fritz nodded, his expression suggesting he understood more about the situation than had been explicitly shared with him. Years in Wolfe's household had given him an almost preternatural sensitivity to the currents of their investigations, even when details were withheld. Outside, the evening had fully settled over New York, the air cool and crisp with the unmistakable scent of autumn. Archie retrieved the roadster from the garage around the corner, the engine catching immediately with a purr that spoke of Fritz's meticulous maintenance. Within minutes, he was navigating through Manhattan traffic toward the Holland Tunnel and the New Jersey highways beyond. As the city fell away behind him, replaced by the more open landscapes of New Jersey, Archie found his thoughts turning to the complexities of the situation he was driving toward. Operation Montgomery, a name that apparently held significance beyond the geographical designation of the channel where tonight's extraction would take place. A deep cover agent with critical intelligence about German naval deployments. A potentially compromised extraction team leader. A mysterious caller warning of danger from within. The highway stretched before him, illuminated by his headlights and the occasional passing car. In the distance, a bank of fog was visible, ghostly pale against the darkening horizon. The coastal fog Fritz had mentioned, rolling in from the Atlantic to shroud the very location where tonight's drama would unfold. Appropriate atmospheric conditions for espionage, Archie thought with grim humour. The universe provided suitable staging for whatever international intrigue awaited at Montgomery Channel. He pressed the accelerator slightly, the roadster responding with eager acceleration, whether trap or legitimate extraction, whether Davidson was loyal or compromised, whether their mysterious correspondent was an ally or manipulator playing some deeper game. These questions would find their answers in the next few hours. Archie's role was simple: observe, report, and intervene only if absolutely necessary to prevent loss of life. The fog grew thicker as he approached the coast, transforming the landscape into a dreamlike version of itself. Familiar shapes rendered strange and indistinct in the misty illumination of his headlights. Like the operation itself, Archie reflected. Recognisable outlines concealing unknown complexities. Danger hidden behind ordinary appearances Montgomery Channel awaited, with its red harbour light and midnight rendezvous. And somewhere in that fog, Agent Kingfisher approached with intelligence that might save countless lives if war came, as it seemed increasingly likely to do, given the gathering storm in Europe. Whatever game was being played tonight, the stakes extended far beyond the immediate participants. Archie checked his watch as the roadster ate up the miles toward the coast. Just over an hour until the scheduled rendezvous. Time enough to arrive, find a discreet observation position, and prepare for whatever the night might bring. The thermos of coffee with its measure of brandy sat reassuringly in his pocket. Fritz's practical contribution to what promised to be a long, cold vigil in the coastal fog. The lights of a small town appeared ahead, muted by the thickening mist. Mantoloking, the last significant settlement before Montgomery Channel and tonight's rendezvous point. Archie reduced speed, mentally shifting from highway traveller to covert observer as he prepared for the final approach to his destination. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed 11, its resonant tones filtering through the brownstone like gentle reminders of time's passage. In the office, a fire burned low in the grate, casting a warm amber glow across the room where Nero Wolfe sat in his custom-built chair. Fingers steepled beneath his chin as he contemplated the empty chair across from him. Archie's chair. 2 hours had passed since Archie's last telephone call from the service station near Mantoloking. He had reported reaching his observation position near Montgomery Channel, noting the increasing fog that shrouded the coastal area in ghostly white. Since then, silence. Expected given the nature of his mission, but unsettling nonetheless in light of the operation's complexities and potential dangers. Fritz entered silently, bearing a tray with a fresh bottle of beer and a small plate of the cheese biscuits he knew Wolfe favoured during periods of extended contemplation. He placed these on the desk with practised precision, his movements betraying none of the concern that showed briefly in his eyes as he glanced at the clock. "Thank you, Fritz," Wolfe said, acknowledging the gesture with a slight nod. "I expect Archie will return quite late. You need not wait up. I've prepared a cold supper for when he arrives," Fritz replied, the simple statement conveying both practical consideration and faith in Archie's eventual return. "The bisque will keep warm on the stove should he require something more substantial." Wolfe nodded again, appreciating Fritz's understated confidence. In their years together, the household had developed its own rhythms and responses to the occasional dangerous turns their work sometimes took. Fritz's carefully prepared late-night meals for Archie after field operations had become something of a tradition, a domestic constant in an occupation marked by unpredictability. As Fritz withdrew, Wolfe reached for the fresh beer, pouring it with the deliberate care he brought to all physical actions. The amber liquid formed a perfect head, exactly as he preferred it. He took a careful sip, savouring the custom-brewed flavour while his mind continued its methodical assessment of Operation Montgomery and their peculiar involvement in it. The fire shifted in the grate, a log settling deeper into the coals with a soft hiss and pop. Outside, the night had grown quiet, even the usual nocturnal sounds of New York muted, as if the city itself were holding its breath, waiting for resolution. At precisely 11:30, the telephone rang, a sudden, jarring intrusion into the contemplative silence. Wolfe reached for the receiver with uncharacteristic quickness, lifting it before the second ring could sound. "Nero Wolfe speaking," he said, his deep voice betraying none of the concern that had prompted his rapid response. "It's me," Archie's voice came through, the connection scratchy but clear enough. "I'm at the service station. Operation concluded. All parties departed. No casualties, but quite a show. I'll be heading back shortly." "You are unharmed?" Wolfe asked. the directness of the question revealing more than he perhaps intended about his level of concern. "Not a scratch," Archie confirmed. "Just damp from the fog and with a story that's going to require at least one of Fritz's special omelettes to properly tell." "He has prepared a cold supper," Wolfe replied, "though I'm certain he can be persuaded to add an omelette to the menu. Drive carefully, the hour is late, and the roads will be slick with fog." "Will do," Archie promised before disconnecting. Wolfe replaced the receiver slowly, some of the tension easing from his substantial frame with the confirmation of Archie's safety. Whatever had transpired at Montgomery Channel that evening, Archie had observed it without becoming entangled in it. A fortunate outcome given the international implications and professional operators involved. The fire needed attention. Wolfe rose with his customary combination of dignity and effort, crossing to the hearth where he added a new log with the care of someone who appreciated the proper arrangement of fuel for optimal combustion. The wood settled onto the coals, flames licking upward to embrace it as Wolfe returned to his chair. The waiting would be easier now, with Archie's safety confirmed and his return imminent. Wolfe reached for one of the cheese biscuits, examining it briefly before taking a bite. Fritz's culinary skills evident even in such a simple offering. The sharpness of aged cheddar balanced perfectly with the buttery richness of the pastry, a harmony of flavours that momentarily distracted him from the questions still surrounding Operation Montgomery. Who was their mysterious correspondent, and what had prompted them to involve Wolfe specifically? What was the significance of the eagle symbol impressed into that fragment? Had Davidson indeed been compromised, as the caller warned, or was there some deeper game being played? And perhaps most intriguingly, what connection existed between Operation Montgomery and the Colonel Montgomery that Wolfe had encountered in his pre-New York past? These questions might find answers in Archie's report, or they might remain among the many unresolved mysteries that occasionally brushed against their professional lives before disappearing back into the shadows from which they had emerged. Either way, the core elements would be recorded in Archie's meticulous notes, preserved in the office files for potential future reference. The fire had caught properly now, the new log ablaze with a steady, comforting glow that pushed back the night's chill. Wolfe settled deeper into his chair, allowing himself the luxury of patience. Archie would return, the story would be told, and whatever could be understood of this curious affair would find its place in their collective understanding. Until then, the fire provided companionship, its dancing flames a visual counterpoint to the quiet ticking of the clock marking time's passage. It was nearly 1 a.m. when Wolfe heard the front door open and close, followed by familiar footsteps in the hallway. Archie appeared in the doorway, his clothing damp from fog, his expression suggesting he had witnessed events worth recounting. "You're still up," he observed, crossing to his desk chair with the slightly exaggerated movements of a man who has been stationary in the cold for too long and is now enjoying the return of circulation. "I thought you'd be reviewing orchid catalogues in bed by now. Fritz has prepared supper," Wolfe replied, ignoring the gentle provocation. "Perhaps you might fortify yourself before recounting the evening's events." Archie shook his head, settling into his chair. "Food can wait, this won't. It was quite a performance down at Montgomery Channel, and you'll want to hear about it while it's fresh." Wolfe inclined his head slightly, acknowledging both Archie's judgment regarding the priority of his report and his own undeniable curiosity about what had transpired. "Proceed," he said simply. "I reached the observation point about 30 minutes before the scheduled rendezvous," Archie began, his narrative style shifting into the precise, detailed mode he employed for professional reports. Fog was rolling in thick from the ocean, visibility down to maybe 50 feet in some spots. Perfect cover for covert operations, but a challenge for observation. He paused, reaching into his pocket to extract a small notebook, where he had evidently made notes during or immediately after the events he was describing. The diagram we reconstructed was accurate. Montgomery Channel exactly as shown, with the small cove marked as Contingency Point Bravo tucked away from the main waterway. I positioned myself on higher ground with a clear view of the approach, using some scrub pines for cover. "Any indication of surveillance?" Wolfe asked, the question revealing his continued concern about their mysterious caller's warning regarding compromise. "Nothing obvious," Archie replied, "though with the fog, someone could have been 20 yards away and I might not have spotted them. I did a careful sweep of the area before settling in, and found nothing suspicious. He flipped a page in his notebook. At precisely 7 o'clock, a small boat appeared, just as the operational timeline specified. Minimal running lights, electric motor for quiet approach. One figure at the helm wearing what looked like standard civilian sailing clothes. Windbreaker, dark cap. The boat docked at the small pier exactly where contingency point Bravo was marked on our diagram. Kingfisher, Wolfe suggested. That was my assumption, Archie confirmed. The figure secured the boat and then simply waited, occasionally checking what appeared to be a watch. Very calm, very professional. No nervous movements or obvious scanning for surveillance. Either very confident or very experienced. Or both, Wolfe observed. Likely both, Archie agreed. At 7:15, precisely when the adjusted extraction timeline indicated, a second boat approached from the inland waterway side, larger than the first, perhaps 20 feet, with what looked like a small cabin. Also running with minimal lights, 2 figures visible on deck. He consulted his notes again. This vessel docked alongside the pier about 30 feet from the first boat. One figure remained aboard while the second disembarked. This individual moved with military precision, economical movements, alert posture. They approached the Kingfisher's position slowly, stopping about 10 feet away. The recognition protocols, Wolfe prompted. Exactly by the book, Archie confirmed. The new arrival, presumably Davidson or someone from the extraction team, raised what appeared to be a small flashlight and gave the signal. 3 short flashes. Pause. 1 longer flash. Kingfisher responded with the counter-signal we saw in the document. 2 short, 1 long, 2 short, and the harbour light, Wolfe asked. Recalling their mysterious caller's emphasis on this detail read, "Not green, just as our caller said it would be," Archie replied. Visible from the channel approach but not from the main waterway, a small light mounted on what looked like a temporary pole or stand near the pier entrance. I couldn't see who had placed it there, but it was definitely red. Wolfe nodded, his expression suggesting he found this confirmation significant. "Continue." The 2 figures approached each other, appeared to exchange words I couldn't hear, then moved together toward the larger boat. At this point I was expecting them to board and depart. Standard extraction procedure based on the document we reconstructed. Archie's expression shifted slightly, indicating that events had taken an unexpected turn. Instead, as they neared the boat, 3 more figures emerged from the cabin, not in the operational plan as we understood it. The body language changed immediately. Kingfisher stopped, began to back away. The original figure from the extraction boat moved suddenly, grabbing Kingfisher's arm. A betrayal, Wolfe suggested, his tone suggesting this confirmed suspicions he had been harbouring. It appeared so, Archie agreed, but then everything changed again. There was a shout, not from any of the figures on the pier, but from somewhere in the fog to my right. Suddenly a spotlight cut through the mist, illuminating the entire scene. A voice on a loudspeaker announced, "Naval Intelligence! All personnel freeze!" Wolfe's eyebrows rose fractionally, a significant expression of surprise from him. Unexpected reinforcements? More like a double cross of the double cross, Archie explained. A third boat approached rapidly from the main channel, larger, official-looking, with multiple personnel visible. The 3 figures who had emerged from the cabin immediately drew weapons, but they were caught in the spotlight with nowhere to run. He flipped another page in his notebook. What followed was clearly a planned operation. The naval vessel docked efficiently, armed personnel disembarked and took control of the situation. The 3 figures from the cabin were quickly subdued and restrained. The original extraction boat operator, who I'm guessing was Davidson, was separated from Kingfisher and also restrained, though with what appeared to be more careful handling. "And Kingfisher?" Wolfe asked. "Escorted to the naval vessel with what looked like protective rather than restrictive protocols," Archie replied. The entire operation was executed with military precision, clearly rehearsed and anticipated. Within 15 minutes, all parties were aboard the naval vessel, the other boat secured, and they departed toward the bay's main outlet to the ocean. "Leaving you as the sole remaining observer," Wolfe noted. "Exactly," Archie confirmed. I remained in position for another 30 minutes to ensure the area was clear. then made my way back to the car and drove to the service station to call you." Wolfe leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful as he processed Archie's account. "It would appear," he said after a moment, "that we witnessed the conclusion of a counterintelligence operation rather than a simple extraction. The trap was not for Kingfisher, as our mysterious caller suggested, but rather for those attempting to intercept the extraction. A triple cross," Archie suggested. "Davidson was working with German intelligence, planning to capture Kingfisher and the naval intelligence. But someone, presumably our anonymous friend with the torn document, suspected the compromise and arranged a larger operation to catch Davidson and his German colleagues in the act." "A reasonable interpretation," Wolfe agreed, "though I suspect we have witnessed only the visible portion of a much larger and more complex operation. The involvement of multiple intelligence services, the careful staging of the apparent betrayal and subsequent intervention, these suggest planning at the highest levels." The fire crackled softly, a log shifting as its structure weakened, sending a small shower of sparks up the chimney. In that brief flare of brighter light, Archie caught something in Wolfe's expression, a flash of recognition or connection quickly masked by his usual impassivity. "You know who our mysterious correspondent is," Archie said. It wasn't a question. Wolfe's slight nod was barely perceptible. "I have a theory," he acknowledged, "based on certain stylistic elements in the document, the choice of delivery method, and particularly the impressed eagle insignia. But without confirmation, speculation serves little purpose. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the glowing skyline of Singapore, the timeless charm of Paris, the moonlit alleys of Granada, or the breeze-kissed shores of Cancun? If this tale brought you calm, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the stillness embrace you. Let your dreams drift far. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world."